All right, welcome back to episode 10 of Princess of the Apocalypse. After a month-long hiatus, we're going to return with a quick recap of last session. The party, after a harrowing climb up the canyon cliffside atop a plateau, they split up watch duties as they settled down for the night. And during the watches, Kendra and Rowan both have encounters, dreams, visions, if not really delved into it yet, but they awaken to find themselves and the rest of the party fighting two Ankeks. After dispatching the creatures, the party continues north across the plateau and discovers a wide canyon valley below to the west with a river running through it, and a tall white spire far off on the opposite end of the canyon to the north. The party decides to descend to the valley below and come across um, that a gully that the river travels out of and seems to narrow the further back it goes. They see three swirling creatures guarding an offset entrance into the rock, of which they decide to avoid after Liam gets a negative vibe check. The group then comes across a small caravan of merchants that they befriend, and they agree to camp the night together for a combined protection. In the morning, though, they are assaulted by a horde of zombies, of which they are able to overcome, and Kendra and Flick realize the curse of the Black Arrow seems to have followed them. The caravan decides to go their own way as they feel they're not equipped to handle the trouble the party seems to draw and set off, but not before imparting some wisdom of the surrounding area and the rising darkness. The party, alone once more, turn their gaze to the white spire across the valley. And with that, what pace do you guys want to travel heading towards it? Like, are you guys wanting to stealth? Are you wanting to just go normal, fast?
I don't think we're in any immediate danger.
Okay with normal.
Yeah.
I mean, we just fought a horde of zombies, and I'm sure it was quite noisy. So I don't feel like going stealthy would benefit us that much. So I vote normal.
Okay. All right. So you guys are going to travel across, and let's go ahead and I can bring up the map of where you
Yeah.
are. Okay. So the Desserin Valley is where you guys are at. Um, you guys had camped right around this area, and you were crossing the river right at that area, or did you want to go further down? Where did you want to
What
head?
area?
We didn't see the ping.
Oh, you guys are right about there.
Okay. We could probably follow the river down and then go around this mesa.
Want to go down to like here?
Yeah. Or or here. Any follow the river as far down as we need. Stay with the green.
Seems like there might be a little opening right here. Just
Follow the river.
start going. Yeah.
All right. So group decides to head south.
Yes.
Okay. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. So you guys head down this way around the mesa at normal pace. And then around here. And you guys plan to cross the river right about here? Okay. Do me a favor. Rowan, go ahead and roll a d20.
Oh boy, oh boy.
One.
Natural one?
Yep.
Okay.
Great start.
All right.
Yay.
That actually works in your benefit this point. So, all right. So you guys are able to skirt around the mesa and come up to the river. The only thing you're really seeing are high in the skies. You see those giant vultures. They don't seem to really be circling you at all. They kind of just will seem to be going throughout the valley here and there. And they seem to be doing a consistent pattern down and up and fly out of sight further north before you see them coming back again. They don't really look like they're threatening in any way, but that's really the only thing you guys come across. And as you come up to the river, it's not like the Desserin River by any means. Where you are coming to, though, it does is where it does start to widen a little bit. Um, as you start to go into the water, it does come up to about just about a little over waist height. So you will have to wade through it, but you guys do it with no issues. And you come across to the other side. Um, do you wish to continue? Do you want to dry off? Do you want to continue moving on?
I would like to use.
Sorry, prior to going through the water, just going to use anti-water field as a ritual spell, so I'm not getting wet.
Just you?
Can I do other people?
Oh, wait a
No.
second.
Does anybody want to not be wet? I can do up to a total of 3 people, so someone has to be wet.
Hold on.
It's
that
Liam.
might be.
I don't want to be wet. This chainmail weighs enough. Or scale mail.
So that spell is actually from my homebrew. So that would need
It is.
DM's approval.
It is.
Oh. Oh,
I
because you
just
shared
never
everything with
realized it was
us.
from a homebrew.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was from a homebrew.
Yeah.
Ignore that, man. I'm gonna put something else in.
Okay. All right. So
Fine.
you guys trudge across and you get soaked up to just above the waist and make it across.
I would like to use prestidigitation to dry everyone.
Okay. So you spend some time drying everyone off in sections, and I'm sure Rowan, especially with her heavy armor, probably appreciates that. All right. So, which way did you guys want to head from here?
Does it look like we can go the up the rock here?
Up here?
Yeah.
You would probably need to do a little bit of climbing, but it's not much. I mean, nothing like when you scaled the walls.
Because I feel like that's the more direct route, or we could go down the river more. Looks like it's more flat land over there.
You do see over that area. Hold on. Over this area. Uh, Not high above, but they're lower than the vultures you had seen that were doing their routes. There are flying creatures, uh, about 6 of them. Um, if any of you are want to make nature checks, you can. If you want to identify, it's totally up to you.
Yeah, the plus is 0.
I have -1, but why not?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Nature checks?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's something I'm good at.
That's a 9. What's nature?
That's
I got a 10.
23.
I rolled a 19.
Okay.
Great.
So, Flick and Liam, you guys recognize these as bloodhawks. They're just a specific type of hawk that you've seen around the area. Oops, sorry. Or you have seen at some point in your travels in life. Um, bear with me
I
here.
suppose they need a threat.
Um, they definitely notice you, but they are circling that area. Um, and you can kind of hear them cawing or their screech every once in a while. But they don't seem to notice you immediately. They don't seem to care about you at the moment.
So now is the question, do we just cut through and hope they don't spot us, or go down the river and just avoid it completely?
I'm curious what they're circling.
Liam, what do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was pulling a chicken pot pie out of the oven.
I feel like the Hawks would not enjoy that. Uh, we could either go straight through, make a beeline, um, from here. No, it's not pinging. Oh no, from here to just through the area, but we could get spotted by the Hawks, or go down the river to what looks to be a flatter area, so we can just kind of go down.
Well, given that I voted against going to the Spire in the first place, I think that we should take the long way around and not get spotted.
Okay, I'm willing to do compromises. You didn't want to go, but we're gonna do the choices you want to while we go there.
Oh, you guys are growing. All right. So,
Wait, who was compromising with Liam?
I just don't want him to be a little baby.
And way to ruin it.
all right. So you guys start heading straight east, basically. Um, and you guys are passing like these rock formations, very similar to like Utah and such. If you've ever been there, just straight little spires here and there, some taller than others. Some look like you could crest them a bit. Not they aren't as tall as what the canyon side walls are, but
I believe the term is a butte. It's like a mesa but tiny.
and then you guys are able to climb up to this area. Um, let me see. That would be okay. By this point, we'll say we're about to get towards afternoon. Um, so Kendra, go ahead and roll a d20.
What now? 14.
Okay. All right. So you guys continue on and you arrive right around this area. What would you like to do? You've
We've
not
been
come across
walking.
anything yet.
We've been walking all day. Maybe we should take a little bit of a break.
You don't think we can make it? At least to the base of the tower?
It's very far away, but all right.
We seem to be a little in the open here.
Yes, I'd rather be close to at least something if we're fighting something that flies.
All right.
I look over at Liam. Lift an eyebrow.
Let's just go if we're going.
All right. So are you guys headed straight? Are you going
Sure.
kind of around or just straight towards it?
Straight on.
Straight on.
Okay.
All right. So you guys head straight towards it. Um, Go ahead and give me a perception check, everyone.
I need new glasses.
15.
Natural
Six.
20.
Okay, 16.
I can see everything.
All right. So any of you that rolled over 15, you notice along the eastern wall of the canyon, actually right about
If I
here.
rolled a 15 exactly, do I still count?
Yes. Yep. So right about here, you notice there is a shadowed area. With the sun coming straight down, it's just kind of creating a zigzaggy, shadowy area. Can't quite make it out, but you notice it climbs from the bottom to the top. And as you continue on towards the spire, what you see is that white spire. Um, it's made from a singular pillar of rock that rises high into the air. Um, and it looks like it's built from white limestone with possible embellishments with marble. Um, and it resembles like the gleaming sword that's piercing the sky. It goes high above where you guys are. Uh, but where you come up to it is at the base of the rock, which, oh no, where'd my note go? Yeah, the base of the rock to get to the actual portion of the tower, the lowest portion of the tower, you would need to scale about 400 feet.
I feel
Can't
this may
fly.
be a tall order for some of our members.
For who?
I wish you get climbing gear or something before we do this.
You may be right.
We may want to see if we can take a look at that shadowed area, see if there might be any staircases up into the rock or anything. Something a little easier than this.
A staircase up through the rocks to a giant tower?
I mean, if it's a tower, there's some way to go up and down.
On the map, it looks like there's a bridge.
Yes, and the bridge looks like it goes to the outer wall of the canyon.
Yeah, if you look up, you don't see the bridge going across. You do see a vertical um, structure, plank straight up on the opposite end of the moat, basically, the air moat.
I can't hit that. Okay,
I
back to the
could
shadows.
try if I could bamf out the wings. Fly people up there. But I don't know if I can make it happen.
I don't think we're going to find much luck down here, at the very least. Unless we can find some secret entrances or other nefarious ways into the tower. Would find it very odd if there was truly only one entrance. Poor design, then.
What if the people who could go in there can fly?
Can I investigate the rock face bias to see if there's any sort of like entryways, hidden entrances, anything per se?
Yeah, around the entire base of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation.
I'll help him out with that.
Okay, so you can roll with advantage.
Okay. So that's, I get 2 rolls, right? I think the better of the 2. Okay. So that one was a 22. And this one is a 16. So let's go with 22.
Okay. All right. So, Liam and Flick, you guys are both scouring around the base of this tower. Takes you a little bit of time, but as you scour along it, you don't notice any entryways. You do see quite a lot of wear and tear to the rock, but not enough to cause any kind of destability to the tower itself. It looks like this thing's going to be here for quite some time in the future. But it has caused like some decent handholds here and there. I would say probably about the same as you saw along the canyon wall that you scaled.
Well, if we ever wanted to bring the tower down, we should find some of the more of those Angeg fellows.
So Liam and Flick, you guys rejoin the others and let them know that. Uh,
There's nothing here.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Liam and Rowan, I'm sorry, Rowan and Kendra, as you guys are just kind of standing off to the side while they do this, go ahead and roll perception checks for me.
And then we died. That's a nat 20.
Okay.
I got 9.
Okay. So Kendra, um, as you guys are sitting, your eye catches those same uh, vulture-like birds high above, big ones. Um, they seem to be doing their route, but as they see, it seems as if they spot you and your party, and they change their pattern, and now they're circling the spire. And still non-threatening, but they definitely seem to be watching.
We're not dead yet.
They're
Look.
probably confident that we can't actually get to the tower.
What are you looking at, Kendra?
Up there. Those birds. No, certainly.
Maybe I shouldn't try and fly.
The last time you tried to fly, your life was in danger, right?
Well, boy, your life was in danger.
Oh, perfect. Let's go get their attention so you can fly.
Wait, whose life do we have to put in danger now?
I'm not sure.
I
I guess we're gonna find out. You willing for me to, Kendra?
I don't know. I didn't think you would take that seriously, so now I'm not sure.
I mean, you throw fireballs at everything, so I.
At the very least, Kendra's already gotten to fly once today.
Yeah. It was fun.
Actually, all of you kind of got to fly yesterday when you were shoved off a cliff.
We're flying. No, we're falling with style.
Okay. I'm willing to risk all your lives to figure this out.
Can I risk your life?
No.
He already did that back at the keep.
Mm. The day's not over, so let's do as Lick suggested and look towards that shadowy area. If there's nothing there, come back, and I suppose put ourselves in mortal danger.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So you guys decide to head back towards this way, um, where you do obviously you see that it is a staircase carved into the rock. Um, it is a back and forth. Doesn't look terribly safe, but far safer than doing handholds. It looks pretty rudimentary, but it would do. So,
Okay, you are right.
so you guys want to descend that or ascend it?
Yes, let's go down into the
Yeah,
cavern.
perfect.
Down you go into the Underdark.
I
All right.
shall lead the way.
In my mind, we should not attempt to see it. We should always go back down, see what happens in Red Lurch, then come back. The fact that I'm the one saying we shouldn't do something, I think, is concerning.
I'll just go up the stairs and then come back. It's fine.
Good cardio.
Should we wait until it's a little darker so that you're not so obvious to these birds?
Which is more obvious, me in bright daylight or me at night throwing fire?
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming you're not going to throw fire until it's absolutely necessary.
It's Kendra. She always throws fire.
Then again, you don't have dark vision, so.
Thank you for reminding me again.
You poor lowly human.
I mean, as far as Flick is concerned, all three of them are basically humans.
If anyone should climb, shouldn't it be Flick?
What makes you think I can fly?
You can't fly, but you can at least climb up, and if you get knocked off, you can land on all fours, right?
The problem with landing on all fours is the bones are not quite that strong.
Well, maybe my wheeze will come out and seeing someone else falling to their death.
Now, at the very least, falling is not something I have an issue with, as we learned yesterday.
Yeah, everything will be fine. If I fall, hopefully, Flick will not let me shatter my bones.
All
I
right.
think I've done a good job at that so far.
So should you play Boulder Parchment Shears to see who goes?
Oh, I volunteer. I'm going.
It's a staircase. Let's go up the stairs.
Up the stairs. Go. Start up the stairs.
All right.
Are you racing?
No. Let's go up the stairs.
All right. So you guys head up the stairs. We'll just do a single dexterity check because there are some areas where it seems it thins out a bit. It's got some loose rock on it. It's not a well kept staircase.
I get bonuses for having a natural climbing speed.
No.
14.
It's a dex check. What is
By the way, I was planning to go last in
16?
the group.
Okay.
For like the climbing order.
Okay.
I got a 4.
Okay.
Just straight dex check, right?
yeah, just straight dex.
16.
Okay.
I do have a scale mail on. That makes some climbing a little tedious.
What'd you get, Liam?
Nothing, because he's not going.
I'm gathering my d20s and my 3 different dice, and I'm trying to pick which one. We'll go with this one. What type of check is this again?
Just a
Athletics or
straight,
dex?
just straight dexterity.
Ooh, that's a +5 to me.
How do you have a +5 dexterity?
I mean, it doesn't matter because that was a 4, so +5 that's a 9.
How
Social
do you...
bonus and level 4? No way, you used lucky for that.
My base dex is that's saving throws. My bad. So that's actually a 7, not a 9.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right. So, Kendra and Flick, you guys are able to scale without issue. Rowan and Liam, you guys stumble a bit. At one point, particularly, Rowan, you fall a couple stairs backwards, and you feel a slight tug on your ankle, and just know maybe you did a little bit of muscle damage there. Um, yeah, you just took 3 damage. That's it. Just a little bit of a muscle pull on the ankle. Otherwise, you're able to. You guys are all able to scale it. And as you come to the top, the scene, honestly, it looks very similar to the other side of the canyon when you breasted it. It's the same flat with some shrubs here and there, some greenery here and there, very sparse. And you can see off in the distance the rolling hills, the Desserin and the Sumber hills. Um, and you can see Red Larch off to the west. Uh, but you also see the spire directly east of you.
Has the behavior of the birds changed? Can I check?
Um, yeah, you don't even have to check because you had been seeing them previously, so you've kind of been keeping an eye on them. Um, you notice that they have landed on what looks like the pinnacle of the spire. You can't quite see it, but you do see their shadowy heads just kind of peeking over, just watching.
Hmm. Well, we came up here. We know there's a staircase, and it looks like that bridge is not coming down. So we can return to Red Lodge now, Liam.
Why
Now,
would we
Lord,
get up here without going into the tower?
Because there's no bridge.
There
Oh,
is the bridge is vertical. It's vertical on the side of the spire.
How far is the gap, would you say?
Uh, it is. So it's about a 20-foot gap between the edge of the path to the opposite side where the spire sits.
Is there any like handle or anything that looks like it would drop the bridge that on the outside of the spire?
You see what looks like a little post on the non-spire side. You're a little far still to be able to see what's on it.
Look, can I can I take my uh, bow, my short bow, and an arrow, and tie a rope to the arrow and fire it across the gap?
Yeah,
Is it like
you guys would need to go over there. You guys are you guys saying you've already moved over here?
let's go over there.
Yeah, we'll have to get close to the
Okay.
go to where the bridge would hit this side of the
Okay.
rock.
So you have to actually crest up above the rock face kind of goes up and over. You can't quite make that area around there. There's too much shrubbery and such. It gets really thick right there. So you go up and around, and there's a path that comes straight down towards it. And as you come right up to the edge, you do see that post, Rowan, that you had seen. And on it is a little bell. The gap between it is, as you had thought, it was about 20 feet, separates the ledge where the path ends and the closed drawbridge on the Feathergale Spire is. Um, and the space, huh?
We have a name for it.
Yes. The space between the cliff's edge and the gatehouse, which is where that uh, opening is. It drops about several hundred feet. So you're talking 300 to 400 feet down to the bottom of the canyon. And where you're at, near the ledge, is that little brass bell that hangs from the wooden post.
I'm very tempted.
Do I see any sort of like light source coming out of any of the windows?
Not coming out. No. There are a lot of windows.
The middle of the day, and there's a lot of windows. They probably wouldn't need to light much in there.
Is there any sort of like smoke or anything coming out of the windows?
No? Mm-mm. No, the windows, they are tall. They encompass the bottom level of the tower, um, and they're absent only on the gatehouse side. So the side that the gate is vertical right now. Um, just below where the gate part is, there is a circle of open stalls that ring below it that ring the tower's foundation, where it meets the rock. And above each stall, you see a sculpture of a hippogriff in flight that's leaping from the tower's base.
Can I do a general vibe check right now?
Sure.
That's gonna be what, perception?
Um, yeah.
So the only things that we kind of see on the outside are
There's
just those statues.
and the
That's a
stalls. But
17.
What'd you get, Liam?
That's a 17.
Okay. Um, you're getting a lot of gusty winds, but it seems to be coming from every which way. And as it passes through the valley, you feel it whip your hair around your clothes. Um, you don't really get a sense of anything in particular.
All right, time to have my wind vision. I do not remember what we rolled, but I'm gonna still try. I doubt it's gonna be here.
For what?
Well, I mean, I don't know. The last few times that we've gone up to just to a random building that has to do with something, I look at something like a symbol
Mm-hmm.
and just have like a quick little seizure, and suddenly I have a vision.
Quick,
Zero hippogriffs. It's the
I'm
most outstanding thing here.
hold stone.
Okay. Um, I would say for yours, it would probably be more of an investigation then, because you're looking for something as opposed to just trying to sense it and feel it.
Okay. 19,
19? Okay.
which is good because I have a +0.
So you are staring at what?
The hippogriff.
Okay. You're staring at the statue of the hippogriff. And as you focus your mind on it, your hand sneaks up without even realizing it towards your pendant, and you feel its warmth start to creep from your hand down your arm. And you open your eyes and stare at that hippogriff statue. And you stare so hard, it almost seems to move a bit. But then you realize it's just your eyes twitching a bit, and you don't get anything from it.
Okay, cool. Good news. No visions, no auditory, nothing, no hearing things, no seeing things, no feeling things.
That's good to hear.
I feel a lot safer now, actually.
Generally at the back of the party and mostly out of sight, Flick is just going to make a small hand motion and the bell rings.
Did you use Mage Hand?
Okay, so you're ringing the bell?
Yes, indirectly and not visible to the party.
Okay. All right, so you ring the bell and
I'm
the
going to
rest
do
of
it.
you hear a little ding 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 ding. And it is such a small sound, but it rings and seems to carry into the canyon, and you just hear it echoing off to the distance. Um, and you see a little window next to the gatehouse. Almost not even a window, just a little section of wood that slides down, and a face peeks out, and it's a woman. Let me find where I'm at here. She peeks out and she says, "Hello there. Welcome, travelers. What brings you to Feathergale Spire?"
Oh, I don't think I got the best one to talk to them. I've got a really bad track record with the situation.
Who rung the bell though?
I didn't.
Kendra, you're quite good with people. Why don't you go ahead?
She just said she wasn't.
So I'm just gonna walk up.
Oh no.
Hi, so this place is called Featherdale Spire?
Okay. So you're calling that across the gap. Aye, Feathergale Spire. Did you not know where you were headed?
No, we're a little bit lost. Is there a chance that we can stop in and maybe check our supplies, barter with you perhaps?
Of course. Of course. We are at your service. Um, of course, I must ask if you're here for any nefarious deeds.
I can promise you that we have nothing but the worst intentions.
And she chuckles a bit, and then as the silence ensues, her face expression kind of drops a little,
No,
uncertain.
I'm joking. I'm joking,
Okay.
madam. I'm joking. We really are just weary travelers who could use a roof over our head and maybe just barter a bit before we head back on the road. We saw your spire and were astounded by its construct.
Very good. Stand by. You might want to back up just a few feet for me.
Okay.
And
Backing up.
the little door closes, and suddenly you hear some clanking, and the drawbridge slowly lowers down. And as it completes going down, you realize now that the entrance on the other side has actually always been open. It's just an open archway.
A fancy door.
See, no need for arrows and ropes here, Liam. Just have to knock now and then.
So, are you guys going across?
Yep.
Okay. So you see a woman standing there, just a normal human female, brown hair, pulled back tightly into a ponytail. She is wearing armor. It looks like it's got some light blue tint uh, to the base plate of it, with some silver lining around it. Um, and she smiles at you as you approach. Savra here. It's my name. I am one of the Feathergale Knights. Welcome to Feathergale Spire. How may
Can
we
you,
be of service?
while we explore, can you tell us a little bit about this? It's who are you exactly? The Feathergale Knights? What's the purpose of the spire? I have so many questions.
You didn't even want to come.
You're not the only one. I too am curious as to what brought you here.
It's not like there's too terribly many other monuments out in this valley.
True, true. And ours is quite stunning. Have you seen it in the evening yet?
Yes, we got to view it last night when we were camped in the valley not far from here.
It's beautiful, isn't it? When the fog rolls through, and it looks like it's simply a spire, light sword going through this fog. It's absolutely a sight to be seen. Is that what brought you here?
Curiosity is always a way to find new things and new friends, I find.
Curiosity? It's an odd thing to travel through dangerous territory for.
Curiosity killed the cat, but adventure brought it
Hey,
back.
Andrew,
But
like it.
I'm sorry, Madam Sabra. While it is a beautiful tower,
It's night,
what exactly?
Sabra.
Oh, I apologize, Knight
No need
Sabra.
to apologize.
I'm so used to just referring to everyone as Sir or Madam. Uh, what exactly is the purpose of your knighthood? What, as you said, it is sort of dangerous out here, and a spire in the middle of nowhere with a bastion of knights seems a little odd.
It does. I'm a part of the uh, Society of Feathergale Knights. We, a group of us, we used to be Waterhavians. Uh, hold on, I lost my spot here. Totally turned off on me. Um, we're warriors of Waterhavian. We were flight warriors. Uh, fought many battles together, most of us. And I don't know if any of you have ever been to Waterhaven, but it's difficult to rise above your one's own station there. The nobles are quite tight-fisted, and even far up in the sky while defending the city, the nobles still somehow manage to look down on you. So,
I'm sorry, where is this?
Waterhaven?
Borderhaven. And where exactly where exactly is it in relation to here?
You don't know about Waterhaven?
Waterhaven, okay. Sorry, I heard Borderhaven. Uh,
My apologies.
no, it's you you're perfectly fine. Where exactly is that in reference to here? I'm new to the area.
Waterhaven is about dead south. Were you to take the main road from Red Lodge south, you would reach it. Uh, it is a metropolis of sorts.
Interesting. And you say there are nobles,
Lots of nobles there, or at least those
particularly
who think they are nobles.
particularly dickish ones.
Of course. Are there any
Okay,
others?
fair point. And given that they're nobles, they have coin, right?
Oh, lots of coin that they're not willing to share, even with those defending the city.
Interesting. Okay. And then I'm just gonna walk away.
Oh no.
You just walking back across the bridge.
No. I'm going to look around the room because I'm confused as to what's going on here.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You cannot enter the tower without an escort.
Oh, oh, my apologies.
Quite all right. You're new.
Well, as we said before, we would like to barter, and I do believe one of my companions here is very equipped for that. And I just kind of nudge Flick.
My supplies are a little low at the moment. Curious what. I don't have much in the way to sell on hand, but if you have any need of production or repairs, I can provide.
Well, I mean, I can tell you we have nothing really to sell here. We are not a merchant site nor a place of business, so to speak. We are defenders of the valley, of the skies. We're not
Well, then
really mercenaries.
how about an experience then? If there's anything that we can fix or help you with, in return, we could perhaps see over the valley from your vantage point.
I'm a little confused. I apologize. If you're looking for coin,
No,
I mean, you're better off going to an actual city. We're we're knights here. We protect the
yes.
realm. Is that
And we would like to offer our services if we can, and in exchange, not for coin or anything monetary, but I would imagine in such a brilliant tower such as this, a sword through the sky, as you say, it would be quite the view, quite the vantage of the entire valley. That would be something that almost no one would be able to see. We'd be happy to be of service to you if perhaps we could just have a view.
I mean, we are always looking and willing to accept those that wish to help. I'd be happy to introduce you to our leader, if you wish.
Of course, I also have a large hatred for nobility, so that was quite fun to hear you say.
I wish it didn't come to a point where it was hatred. However, strong dislike. Here, though, we are free to rise above our station. We're free of a lot of restrictions that seem to come upon us from the nobility.
Can I roll investigation? I think to see whether Knight Sabra has keys.
Keys?
Keys.
He's
Just
we're,
like hanging off of her?
Yeah,
Go for it.
we're about to get
that's
thrown out of another
investigation,
tower.
right?
Uh huh. Now, are you just looking with your eyes?
Is there something else I can look with?
I mean, are you getting handsy?
Uh, Not without consent.
Then just with your eyes.
We're about to get thrown out of another.
That is a 9.
Just as a note of curiosity out of character, when you say water haven, do you mean water deep?
Waterhaven.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that place.
Definitely have heard the name, but I forget where it is in relation to.
Looked it up, and the only thing that comes up with that in regards to Faerun is a type of cheese, apparently.
So 9.
Okay. You do not see any kind of jingling keys off of her. You see her um, a large crossbow that hangs across her back, and that's about it.
Okay. I want to, out of character, metagaming.
Mhm.
I just want to remind you guys, I do have lucky.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know.
We will never forget.
And I just want to point out, I haven't used it yet. So I'm letting the low rolls happen.
Keep in mind that this is a game of probability, and
Mhm.
although the probability of 3 1s from your lucky die is low, it is not impossible.
Let's keep it going. I promise not to get us thrown out yet.
I make no such promise.
Oh god.
All right.
At any rate, I mostly was curious about the tower itself. It does stand out quite a lot, and while I have no direct business here per se, simply like to mark the ability to visit it once upon a time.
So you're not actually with the rest of them?
Oh, I am, but we all have our own reasons for travel, don't we?
Is your group splitting up?
Not
I
that I'm
don't.
aware.
I don't know.
Well, either way, if you wish to join our group, we are happy to take you. What skills do you offer?
I'm a healer.
Wonderful. And the rest of you?
Well, I'm a doctor, an apothecary.
My goodness. And you?
Let's just say I'm an adventurer.
I'm
Hmm.
not sure what that means either.
Very well. And she
And
turns
I
to Rowan.
fight. And I fight evil, my lady.
I'm sure you do. And she smiles widely at you, just kind of eyeing you up and down. Very good. If you all will follow me, I'll
I'm
take you
going
to
into
our
the
leader.
sand.
I blush a little.
And she nods to you and turns and heads in. Um, as you guys come in through this, it's basically like an archway. And as you pass through the stone archway, you do realize there are doors, but they are wide open. Um, let's see. And what you walk into is a circular landing that surrounds the central shaft of the spiral staircase. Um, the landing is piled with supplies, bales of straw. Radiating from the landing are 12 stalls with straw covered floor, a harness, riding crop, saddle hang in each stall. And actually, I forgot. I can bring you to the map.
Yay!
Are the
When we
stalls just empty?
when we see these when we see these stalls, that they to me it just sounds like they're stables. And
Essentially.
I'm gonna ask, what horses would be good here at such a high
Oh,
altitude?
you know what? I mucked up. DM mucked up. Hold on.
Muck.
DM mucked up. Let me open up some of this first. So,
Semi-important question.
uh huh.
Do we see any potatoes?
I
You
don't know
do
why, but I'm
not.
extremely interested.
You do not see any potatoes.
Okay.
Oh, I could throw hot potatoes at people.
I mean, Flick has already killed something with hot soup at this point, so.
Are you calling your acid soup?
What?
No, he made soup. Well, she made soup, and then we threw it at people.
All right.
It was in Spider Pot, which then shot it at the giant insect.
All right. So you guys are following Sabra into the keep, and you have control over your characters, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If I saw anything,
You can't say anything?
I see a black screen.
Scroll around.
Oh no, you gotta
Roll
scroll
around.
down a little bit.
Go towards the
Okay,
bottom
guys,
more.
it just popped in.
I got
Oh, look
it.
at that. I'm leading the way. Excellent.
You can swap it up however you want.
All right.
All right.
I
So, all right. You guys are following Sabra.
Sure.
All right. So she brings you in not to the stables, pardon. She brings you into the front hall. This is a 30-foot long hall. It's white stone. At the opposite end, where you're headed towards, are two 12-foot tall doors, like those near the entry gate that you pass through. There is an eagle carved from a massive timber which hangs from the far side of the ceiling, and it's suspended on strong chains, thick chains. Uh, the slender wings of steel sweep close to its sides, and its head is also fashioned of steel.
Can I roll a stealth check to slip away?
Sure.
Where are you gonna
In the
go?
ballroom.
And keep
with
in mind,
no
there
open
are
door.
you do see two other guards in here.
Stealth check.
Just gonna go forward. Whatever the hell Liam's doing, just going forward.
That's a 20.
A 20? Okay. So you
A dirty 20 though, just as a important reference.
uh yeah. So
Party simultaneously face palms.
okay.
I assume she's the smaller one in the middle.
Savra?
Yeah.
Yes, let me do this.
You look so grumpy.
There you go. Can you see her name now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Savra does not see Liam slink back um, behind the rest. However, one of the guards clearly sees him and just watches. He's trusting Savra, and he's heard most of the conversation going on as well. And you do see his head, and he kind of smirks and chuckles a little as he watches Liam creeping past.
Okay, I think for the benefit of everyone else, I'll just stick around.
All right. So you guys pass through the main doors, and she takes you to a stairwell that will head straight up. And as you curve around, um, you do come across the next. Let's see here. You come to the next level, basically, of the spire, which you would be able to see.
I'm very used to how Wizards of the Coast does their multi-layered things where it's all just on one map. And it's very confusing.
Well, it's better than having to keep going back and forth between maps on something like this.
Yeah.
Especially
Okay.
when you have people like Liam that's like, I'm gonna go downstairs.
Yeah. So you guys come to the second floor, um, and you don't really see much past it, other than kind of the general view as you head towards the third floor.
It never hurts to look around. I'm just gonna say that.
So as we're climbing these stairs with Severa, um, I'm gonna ask her, um, when you said that you protect the realm, are you talking about here or somewhere else?
Well, of course, here. Here is where we are.
Can I ask a potential dangerous question?
Are you asking Sabra that or me?
That was metagaming, but I'm gonna
Oh,
ask a
okay.
dangerous question. Excuse
Okay.
me, Sir Savra, or Madam Savra, I'm not sure how this works.
Night Sabra
For
will do.
Knight Savra. Knight Savra, who do you worship?
I'm sorry?
Just what gods do you worship here?
I I mean,
You just gave her a crisis.
that seems quite personal.
He only asks because I am a woman of faith myself, and we've come across others that are of faith as well. I believe he meant no disrespect, just curious.
A healer and a woman of faith. Are you a cleric?
No, I am not.
A
But
paladin?
That's my blood
I am
test.
gifted by the divine.
And she puts her hand to her chest and bows her head. I thank you for your service to the divines. And she looks back to Liam. My understanding is there are many gods in this world, of whom I serve, of whom I pray to on a daily basis. I mean, that seems
Let me
quite
make this
personal.
easier, madam, or knight. Is there a general god that your order favors?
The Order, no. The Order serves the skies.
Serves the what?
The skies.
Okay.
Up above,
I
we are
like
free.
nudge Liam, like, you may ask us those type of questions, but you may not want to be direct with other people.
Has Liam even asked us those questions?
He's asked me. He
He
so much
asked
just
you
shoots off at the
stuff.
mouth. I apologize.
Was anyone with me when those guys at the castle were asking me who do I worship?
Uh,
Don't.
no, the other guards.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
No,
they stayed where they were.
like like back when I was like potentially pretending to leave and like join that mercenary group, and they asked me like who do I worship? Was anyone in the party with me?
I don't think so.
No,
Okay.
no.
Just just out of character as myself, that's why I'm asking.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I didn't forget.
Okay. Let's see here. So, sorry about all the stairs. I know it's quite a climb, but we are almost there, and I think you're going to like what you see next.
These stairs are much better than the ones that were outside.
As we're climbing the stairs, is there any unique symbols or anything on the walls?
You see some hippogriff carvings, some giant like bird or vulture like carvings, just kind of here and there. Um,
You all seem to really like hippogriffs.
Hippogriffs are gorgeous creatures, and if you've ever ridden one, it is a experience like none other. I do pray one day you will be able to.
I just realized, out of character, I just realized I might have shot fire at one of these knights that were overhead when I was exhausted. Oh no.
So she takes you up to the top. Um, as you breach finally the end of the stairwell, you come to the top where it's the apex of the tower. The stairs terminate at a round stone gazebo that continues upward in a needle like minaret. Beyond this enclosure, a small lawn grows upon the top of the tower. Very thin grass, but four paths paved with white stone point in the directions of a compass: north, south, east, west, and each path ending in a pointed stone crenellation. At the pinnacle's edge is a spyglass on a tripod pointed downward. And from this vantage point, uh, the you can see that the Feathergale Knights that live here, they possess a supreme view of all that transpires in the canyon and the Somber Hills below. Far off in the distance, towards the west, southwest, you can see Red Larch. You can see far off towards the east and see portions here and there where the Desserin River flows through.
I'm curious if you saw the trouble we had this morning.
The trouble.
Yes, we were. It's quite the view from up here. We were camped in the valley and beset by zombies as soon as the sun broke.
I did not personally see this, and I have not heard reports of it, but that doesn't mean someone saw it and didn't report it. If anyone knows about it, it'll be Thurl. Which, this way. And she points to the side. Um, you also see two Feathergale knights and atop of two giant vultures. They are sitting one towards the north, one towards the south side. Um, they don't really pay attention to you. The vultures kind of look back at you twitchingly for a moment before you see the knights just calmly stroke it, and it looks back out towards the valley. And you see off towards the west a figure, which Savra leads you over towards.
But thank God you didn't firebolt the giant birds, Kendra.
Okay, let me get you over. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, so uh, she walks up to this human male and says, uh, Captain, Captain Moroska. And you see the man turn around, and you see a scar that kind of goes down one side near his ear, down his neck. Um, Clean shaven, uh, hair just nicely combed off to one side. And he turns towards you. Hail, adventurers. I saw your kind coming off from the distance. I'm glad to have seen you have made it safely to our abode. How may we be of service?
Just being up here is more than we could have ever asked for. This view is amazing.
He takes in a deep breath and looks out towards it. It is quite amazing, is it not? The air up here is always so much cleaner. If anything, if I can offer this to you, perspective. Sometimes it cleanses the mind palette, does it not?
Akin to home, being so far and away and above troubles of the world.
And what home is
Actually,
that?
oh, far to the south, the lands of Chult. My tribe lived on the side of a mountain. We have
Ah,
quite a view of the lands around.
I've heard much of Chult. Never been there myself, but
I recommend against it. That's why I'm here.
also what I have heard. What brings you to this spire, adventurers? And Savra steps up. My captain, they wish to offer their services. And his eyebrows raise a bit. Well, that is most commendable. We are the Feathergale Society. We are more than happy to welcome services of those around us. Here you are free to be what you wish and free to rise above as far as you wish. What services is it that you wish to honor?
If there's anyone wounded, I can tend to them. I am a healer.
Healers are always most needed and welcome.
Services are similar to an apothecary. If you need tinctures or salves that can keep for a time after my friend here can tend to the immediate wounds, I'm happy to provide my services in creating them or providing them.
Also most welcome. We don't find many sources out here for alchemy, unfortunately, so no merchants that come through, so it would be most welcome. The rest of you,
We've been providing services to Red Large, and it has brought us out here. I'm not sure if you're familiar with some of the goings on that have happened at Red Large that seem to be unexplained.
unexplained.
Necromancy, people talking to rocks,
Well,
Okay, then that
dragons with
happened.
light.
that all seems quite terrible. Are they in need of services?
I'm not sure. We've tended to most of them. Right now, there's just a large hole in the middle of their roads.
Yes. My riders reported a dark shadow in the middle of the city, but we don't force ourselves onto the surrounding areas. Only those who welcome us, and granted, we've never offered our services to Red Lodge. Perhaps hearing this, perhaps they would welcome our services and the defenses we can provide.
I would highly recommend talking to the constable.
Do you have a name?
Was it
Oh,
Constable
You,
Harbuckle?
Constable Harbuckle? Very good. And he looks at Sabra, who nods. Thank you for this. It is our duties as knights to extend a welcome to our neighbors and offer our services. Thus far, we have not done so, and that is to our embarrassment. So I thank you for bringing this information to us. But enough
Okay.
about that. It is getting late in the day, so we are preparing for a feast. Would you join us? You'd be our honored guest.
Of course. Uh, just another question.
Of course.
That spyglass over there. May I see through it?
Of course. And he steps back a minute. Be my guest. It takes a
Excuse
little
me.
bit of adjustment if you're not used to looking with one eye. And he kind of shows you the little lever adjustments that you can make.
Okay. Gonna gonna look through, putting my hand on the lever, and I'm gonna see how things change.
Mhm.
And once I get the hang of it, going to point it eastward, unless there's a spyglass on the other side.
Just the one.
Okay, I'm gonna point it eastward.
Okay. So you are able to turn it fully around. Um, and
you should have already.
yeah, you have to look between where it's located. You have to look between the slats of these stone pieces still going forward, but you can somewhat see far beyond. Um, and turning, it's hard to see below the lip. Um, the spyglass is portable. So, I mean, if it's something you want to move over to the east side,
Oh,
it's
perfect.
not like grounded.
Going to uh, look over to look over to Thurl as I start to move it. and so there's something I wish to see on this side of the tower.
Oh, of course, allow me. And he lifts it himself, and Savra comes over and assists, and they carry it towards the eastern portion. And uh, they set it down, and he, with very skillful hands, immediately makes a few adjustments on the levers, noticing where you had set it before, and gestures towards it. My lady.
Going to look through and look for any seeing if I can see past it and looking for any small villages eastward of here.
What you see towards the east, um, sorry, gonna get my map out. All right. So from where you're at, looking straight east, you see the a shadowy hole straight east. Uh, Actually, it's just east and north, and it's you can see that there is where the canyon top opens up fairly wide, and there is an area down there. Um, you can't see below it, the lip of the canyon, but um, based on where you're at, you get the idea that this might have been where the monastery had sat that you had visited previously.
Okay.
And as you continue to move it more east, a little just slightly southeast, you see the River Guard Keep off in the distance. And you see the Desarin River breaking free of the canyon right where the keep is and flowing past it.
Can I see past the Desrin Valley, or the plateau is too tall for me to see past?
Beyond the keep, straight east, you see more kind of hills, uh, more of the Somber Hills, and you see a building. It's pretty hard to determine what it is at this vantage point, but you do see a building, what looks like a building, beyond on the other side of the river, probably several miles.
Okay. With a little bit of sadness, I come back up. I take my face away from it. Thank you.
Of course, my lady.
While Kendra was doing that, can I ask Thurl, um, you said you mentioned that you were able to see us from this vantage point. Have you ever seen any like merchants in distress?
Are you speaking of the caravan that
Yes.
goes through? Yes, of course. We see them go through quite often. I don't wish to sound prideful, however, there is a reason they travel through the valley safely.
I'm assuming you're aware of the two giant cyclone entities things that seem to be guarding the entrance or exit to the canyon.
And he pauses a moment, and you see his face darken a bit. And he blinks and shakes his head. Savra, has the feast been prepared? Are we. Shall we all go for dinner? And Savra places her hand on her chest. Of course, my captain. This way. And Thurl turns and heads back towards the staircase.
Like, are you next to me?
No, Flick's still on the other side.
Okay. I
Sabra
guess.
looks to the rest of you and smiles and gestures. It is good food, and we wish to hear many tales from you.
Hate to turn down such an invitation. Shall we proceed?
Sure. By the way, what is Liam doing over on the edge? I've been very worried this entire time.
Don't jump, Liam. Don't do it.
Do a flip.
Just looking out into the canyon, thinking.
All right, so you guys follow Sabra?
Sure.
Okay. She leads you back to the staircase, and as you're about to go down, you see uh, one of the knights atop one of the vultures. You hear a hup, hup, and you hear loud as one of the vultures leaps off and takes off into the air. Um, the other knight just kind of looks back and makes a sign towards them as they go off, but keeps station. And Sabra leads you down um, two flights of stairs, actually. And she takes you to the second level and through the doors. And I suppose I should reveal this.
That's fine. We'll just be blind.
You don't need to see it.
You'll just be blind.
All right. Okay. So you guys come through, and there are quite a few knights sitting here. Um, hold on. And as your crew joins them, they you see Thurl uh, immediately start making gestures to the knights, and they immediately stand from their chairs and start finding other chairs and bringing them in and gesturing for the rest of you to have seats surrounding with them. So you guys all take seats at the table, and food has already been laid out for the entirety of it. Uh, and you guys are quite the topic of discussion for the night, as most of these knights and such are used to speaking of their own ventures and what they see in the valley, and regaling each other with old tales. Uh, so when with new people arriving, they are quite ecstatic. Um, so you're getting a lot of questions and from the surrounding knights. Tell us, tell us of your tales, your adventures. Where have you been? What have you done? We heard something went on at Red Lodge, something about a necromancer, and then the Deep Shadow. Someone mentioned that you knew what the Deep Shadow at Red Lodge was.
A great sinkhole that's fallen into the town. There's apparently some cult making itself known, calling themselves, what was it, the listeners?
I don't know. They were very interested in these floating rocks.
During a bit of an altercation with their members below the town, caused the earth to shake around Red Larch, and they area in the middle of the streets collapsed. There
We had to
were
save
some.
many bystanders who fell down inside.
You said floating rocks, Thurl speaks up.
Yes.
Hmm. Very interesting. So, I assume you were the heroes of the day? Or was it this
Yes.
constable?
The constable did his part beautifully. We did ours as expected, and everyone ended up very safe. The constable led them out. Anyone who fell down in the hole, after giving some quick aid, we he had them march out of the hole through an entrance, and we attempted to find anyone else that was down there, and ended up coming out in the quarry.
And these floating stones, what of
I believe
them?
they're still down there.
Still down there?
I believe so.
Oh,
There was
interesting.
one I may have made it stop floating, but there are other stones. I haven't seen them float, but all of these people kept saying something about the stones floating, and the man that we had apprehended, who was their leader, seemed to be very fluent in magic. I would not be surprised if he was the one doing it.
Hmm. Interesting.
Kendra's like answering all these questions. Can I do like a vibe check of do I feel like they're very interested in these questions? Like, is it normal just getting to know, or does it seem a lot deeper than that?
I love how vibe checks a thing now.
I know. Perception checks have turned into vibe checks.
I mean, we can add the skill. It's completely possible on D&D Beyond.
All right.
Liam's an expert in it.
All right. So you're just trying to gauge whether or not their intention with their questions are honest.
Yeah, did it just
Sounds like an
seem
insight check.
What'd you say?
Uh, I said sounds like an insight check.
Yeah.
insight?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody in this party trusts nobody.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Um, Rowan, as you hear the, murmurs around the table and questions being asked to each of the party members, it's not singularly just one person speaking. It's oftentimes quite a few of them speaking to each of you individually. But in a moment where you are able to just kind of listen and eye the rest of the surrounding members um, and the other knights around the table, you get a sense that they seem very sincere in their questions uh, and their responses, and just the general jovialty uh, of old warriors, you know, passing about tales and things like that. Um, Now, did you say you got a dirty 20 or a 20?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. Um, Now and then you catch a couple um, eyes that you aren't quite hearing what's being said, but you do see the eyes blank out a bit and darken for a moment before they return and are right back to the conversation at hand.
Do I see it happen again to Thurl at the end of the table? Does it seem like that what happened, what I witnessed at the top of the tower, seems to still happen on and off?
Yes. Yeah, you notice for the most part it was when they were speaking of the floating rocks and the believers and the magic man down there. Um, And at one point throughout the conversation and, the feasting, um, Thurl uh, hammers his fork on the table and says, "Honored guest, and knights I am most proud to serve beside. We thank you for your presence, and we thank you for your service. And we thank the skies for this food and this fellowship together." And you hear the knights tap their drinks on the table and say, "Thank the skies," as they hold up their drink. And then everyone takes downs a drink. Uh, and once they all down their drinks, there's some raucous laughter around the table. And Kendra, one of them, Savra, kind of looks at you and elbows you a bit, and she smiles. She's like, "Join in. It's good fun."
You lot like good fun, yes?
We enjoy hard work. We enjoy challenges, challenging ourselves. And, of course, at the end of the day, we enjoy a good drink and feast. It seems quite simple, possibly, to others, but here we are kings and queens.
How is the room lit? Is it lit by candles?
Um, no,
With our window.
there's still light coming through. The sun is still at the canyon line, so there's still plenty of light. The windows all around this room are the same very tall windows, so
I'm
they
so confused what's gonna happen when like the sun goes down.
you do see like torches and stuff along the walls, but none of them are lit yet. They have very open light and air coming through.
Okay. Then I will tell Savra, you're all being very so hospitable to us. I would like to show you something very special once it's dark.
She kind of smirks and gives you a side eye. "I don't mean to sound forward, but I am taken."
Not like that.
"Very good. My apologies."
Although I'm flattered that you would think so.
"Well, I do not hold any judgments. Is it a surprise or?"
Yes.
"Very good.
Something that I doubt you've seen before.
Well, something to look forward to, something new. How exciting."
In a place with such a view, it's always fun to see something new, I would imagine.
Something new always graces the skies, if you're looking for it. So, you all wish to stay and help us?
Perhaps for a time. We do still have plenty of other promises we've yet to keep, after all.
Well, and Thurl speaks up at this point and says, "How may we aid you in any way we can?"
Safe haven and good company is always great aid.
Well,
Going to the valley is kind of difficult.
it is. There are many dangers in the valley. We do our best to keep certain things at bay, keep certain tribes and monsters in check, um, without causing much unrest. They are as much natives to the area as we are, so we don't necessarily feel it right to just outright kill them. This is their home. However, we do offer safe passage for those going through. Um,
How long has this tower been here?
the tower's been here long before we were. We arrived, what? He looks at Savra, and Savra nods. It's been about 10 years now, sir. Sire? 10 years.
The tower was vacant when you got here.
Well, some of the vultures were nesting here, and but they were not well kept. They were frightened.
Oop.
There were a lot of predators that came around them. They weren't organized. They didn't know how to defend themselves other than just base primal instincts. Hence, we came in and brought order and our training as knights and were able to offer them protection as well. And in turn, they offered their services to us. So, what you see around you is 10 long years of work.
And it reflects well on your devotion here. I'm simply curious onto things that are old in this region. There are many tales of what came here before that I'm seeking. Wonder if, in your duties here, you may have ever heard of something called the Basilmar meteor.
I can't say that I have. You said Basilma.
Yes.
Anyone? And he gets all the knights' attentions. Basilma Meteor. Anyone recognize this? And all the knights kind of frown a bit and murmur. You see one kind of go, well, no, no. Hmm.
If not something so specific, have you seen any recent or more notable traces of the dwarves that used to live in these regions?
Oh, no, my good alchemist. The dwarves are long gone. They've not stepped foot in this land in many, many years. These are just the remnants.
Yeah. Never hurts to ask.
Oh, of course not. And as you guys are speaking and feasting, suddenly the doors to the Great Hall fly open from the stairwell area. And one of the sentries from the pinnacle that you had seen that hadn't flown off um, bursts through and runs straight up to the table and, like, in between the rest of two of the knights and Rowan, and slams his hands down on the table. Manticore! It's on the move! And there is this silence that goes across the table for a moment before all of a sudden Thurl stands, and almost immediately all the rest of the knights stand as well, their chairs scraping across the stone floor as they all stand. And at that announcement, you hear Thurl. All the knights look to him, and he says, "We should take this opportunity to slay the monster." And he looks down and pulls from his finger. You see him remove a feather patterned golden ring that has a garnet set into it, and he holds it up and holds it aloft and says, "A prize for the one who brings me the beast's head."
How
And
much do you think it's worth?
huh?
How much does it look like it's worth?
Um, about 250 gold.
Liam grabs his dagger and short sword and dashes out.
All right, and with that, we will take a short break.
Hunting, we shall go.
All right, so we'll say a 10-minute break and then everyone will be back.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
All right.
honestly, I remember that you basically always have it, and I was sitting here, I was like, you know what? Ice cream sounds really good.
I hadn't had it the past couple times because I was doing root beer floats in my big dumb wooden mug,
Right.
but I'm out of root beer.
So I'll just have to run down and grab that once they arrive.
I got Reese's peanut butter cup with extra fudge.
Good old cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream's probably my number 3 choice. After Reese's cups and cookie dough.
I do like the heat that you can get.
I like Keith and I'll get it on a rare occasion, but it's not like a top choice for me. Anytime I have to refer to Chult, I've got a small text file saved that's, things that traumatize Flick. I don't remember much about the peninsula. I think half of it was ago.
Yeah, I had to look back real quick. I was like, where the hell was I actually from again?
Goodbye, music box. See, I'm not the only one in the hat today. Now that there's not enough sunlight behind Liam, we can see his face.
Oh yeah. No, I just spent the day painting and doing stuff, and just didn't have time to do anything with my hair, so I'm just wearing a headband to keep it on my face. So it was getting pretty annoying.
I wear a hat because I want something on my head and I ain't got the hair for it.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I started balding at 18. I was screwed from the get-go.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it running your family?
Both sides. Some people say, oh, it's maternal. Some people say, oh, it's paternal. Well, it's on both sides, so it doesn't matter. I just accept it and either shave my head or wear a hat.
On my dad's side, my grandma was completely gray by the time she was 30, but they going down the fact that the second kids that she had were probably the same. Especially. He was the guy that would catch snakes and stuff and then hide them underneath the passenger seat of the car, and then she realized she was sitting on top of the snake.
Me and my sister were too busy fighting each other to prank anybody else. Now I gotta live up to the username and all that. The weird part is my hair wasn't always red. When I was a kid, I was very, very blonde. I started showing photos first where it's like my hair was blonde, but in pictures it started looking more and more red until my hair actually looked red.
I started with light hair, it became dark pretty quickly.
Okay. All right, can you all hear me?
Yep, can hear you
Yep.
now.
Okay.
Yep.
Looks like Kendra's gonna be away for a little while.
Yeah, she had to go pick someone up real quick. But I think she said she'd be on their phone. All right. So we are. Where are we? Okay. Thurl just stood up after one of the sentries came in and announced uh, Manticore. And Thurl offered his own, one of his prized rings with the garnet inset, um, and said, "A prize to whoever brings me the head of the beast." And what does the group want to do? As several of the knights rush off towards the stairwell.
I'm all for hunting. I think Liam's already on board.
Already dashed out.
Okay. Liam's already like elbowing through the door, trying to get in front of some of the other knights as they rush to head upwards. All
Tech
right.
looks over to Rowan and just kind of brings her alchemy gear up and shrugs.
Yeah, I start like shaking my head, and I reach down and start fitting on my shield, and well, shall we?
All right. So you guys head to the top, and as you reach the pinnacle again, you're rushing up the stairs. You flick Rowan and Kendra. You guys can hear the stairs or the steps above you as you rush to catch up. And as you get to the pinnacle, you see four of the knights are already mounted their um, on their vultures, and they have not taken off yet. You see Thurl cresting as well, along with Savra, and Thurl with this air of just, a leader, uh, walks straight up to where the spyglass is, lifts it and sets it down, looks towards the sentry who followed him up, and the sentry points off towards the southeast. And he immediately, Thurl, flicks some of the things and looks through it. And he says, "There he be. Southeast, gentlemen." And he looks back and does one of these. And the knights look back to you. Rowan, you're standing close to one. They look back and offer a hand down to you.
I take it.
All right. So you take it. He uh, clasps your arm and immediately pulls you up onto the vulture. The vulture shifts a bit, not quite used to having two people on it, but just quite easily. And the other knights look back and offer their hands to the rest of you as well. Do you all mount
Hands up.
up?
We're going.
All right. So all
Did
of you.
Liam go upstairs or downstairs when he took off?
That's a good question. Liam, did you
Yeah.
follow the rest up?
Uh, yeah, you know what I did.
Okay.
If that's what I'm going, yeah.
All right. So you also grab a hand, each of you prospectively, and each of you mount up behind each of the knights, and suddenly, with very little uh, warning, all of a sudden, each of you hear a hup hup, and the great wings of these vultures start flapping and making huge gusts of wind, which kind of come, you feel it. You don't feel it coming at your face, but you feel it almost curling up behind you as they leap off from the tower. And you guys are like 800 feet, 8 to 900 feet above the canyon floor. So you are quite high up and flying across this canyon. Let's go ahead and do this.
If you're more than 60 feet from Flick, don't fall.
All right, so I'm going to put each of you on your... I need to put each of you on one of these. Hold on one second. I apologize. Print. And okay. I'm sorry. Flick, yours is so small for me. It's hard to... Okay, I'm going to leave... We'll just assume Pot is with you. Okay.
Dealing with cats.
All right, so each of your vultures jump off of different ends of the spire and start soaring around it. And Rowan, yours happens to be the one closest here. You hear a loud roar, but it's off in the distance. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. And it's not that big. Hold on. Okay. I apologize, guys.
You're fine.
There we go. Okay. So you guys, Rowan, you especially can see this manticore off in the distance, and you just see a tail kind of flapping in the wind with these wings and this fur mane from the back. And you just see it flying off in the distance. And the wind coming at you is just whipping, and it's starting to become a cool wind as the sun is now starting to go beneath the edge of the valley of the canyon. I'm sorry. And go ahead and everyone roll initiative for me.
Nine.
Okay.
19.
All right. Hold on one sec. Let me add.
23.
Oh, I have doubles of everyone. Hold on. Okay. Oh crap, I gotta roll for Kendra. All right. Liam, you said you got 23?
Yep.
Flick, what did you get?
9.
9. Rowan?
19.
19. Okay, and Kendra got a... Come on, pull up. Oh, wow, okay. Kendra got an 18. And the Manticore. 50. Okay. Okay. There we go. How do you get this to... Nope, nope. All right. I'm so bad at this. I'm so sorry.
Rowan, you're muted.
I was saying, look how bad I look. Can you
Okay.
get me Manticore?
Okay, got it. I finally got it. Okay. All right, starting with Liam, top of the round. So you are on the back of one of these knights, and actually in the canyon. Okay, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Any modifiers?
Nope.
11.
11. Okay. Uh. Okay, and then actually, I'm sorry. Everyone roll a d20, no modifiers. Liam, I've got your 11.
18.
Okay.
5.
Oh, and then I got to roll for Kendra. Kendra also got a 5. Okay. So, Flick, you are the only one that you get within 100 feet of the Manticore. So your group actually manages to make it a little bit closer than the rest of them. You are able to, if you'd like to take an action, you are within 100 feet. Is there anything you would like to do?
Yes, I'm gonna aim for the wings and let fly a firebolt blast.
Okay, go for it.
Does a 25 hit?
25 definitely hits.
Alrighty. Firebolt. Wait, what am I? 4, okay. Six fire damage. As the vulture dips down, Flick leans back. Drawing up her equipment, launches a flask of fulminating orange fluid, aimed at the wings of the manticore best as I can, as it impacts and bursts into fire against its wings.
Okay, and you have a range of over 100 feet on that?
120 feet.
Perfect. All right, so you are able to do that. The Manticore, as that concoction splashes across its wings. It just roars out in pain and anger, and its head looks back at you, the mane just kind of flying into its eyes, and it opens this jaw that like unhinges almost unnaturally and is very wide and comes back, and it just roars at you before it flaps off again, uh, and puts on a little bit of speed. Everyone roll another d20.
14.
And
15.
Okay, so this time the Manticore goes into a swoop, and it goes just straight towards a western draw, which puts them into Rowan's perspective. Your knight immediately kind of comes in to flank them off, and you are now within 100 feet of him. Would you like to take an action?
What the hell did we just agree to?
Something.
everything.
You
We're
are,
fighting a manticore on the back of Raven. Or
yeah.
vultures.
I'm
Okay.
gonna go ahead and use healing hands on myself, which so basically like reach and touch my amulet, and I'm gonna heal myself 4 HP.
Okay. All right. So you
And
heal
that will be
yourself
my
for
turn.
4 HP, and the knight in front of you says, "It's a little cloudy to get a good shot. We'll try and get a little closer." And everyone roll another d20.
My 14 wasn't close enough.
Nope.
19.
16.
I rolled a 2.
5.
I'm considering lucky, but I
I
want
got
to save
16.
it.
I mean, you've got a bow, don't you, Liam? What's your range on that?
The short bow has got a range of. Hold on. That's not right. Short bow is a range of 80 feet. Crossbow is 30.
Crossbow's 3 what?
30.
Well, no. What's the long range?
Oh, for short bow it's 320. For crossbow it's 120.
So out to 320 feet, you could get a shot at disadvantage.
Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna say consistent with my my daggers for now. For now.
All right. Okay, so all of you kind of see the Manticore roar, and it flies, it goes into a dive. And the sun is now below the horizon, and this fog has begun creeping in and over, and the Manticore immediately sees that. Kendra, you're familiar with this fog from the night atop the plateau. It's a slow moving, but still fast enough. As soon as that cold air heats the heated, it just creeps in and rolls in quite quickly. And the Manticore dives straight down and into this fog, and you hear the roar off into the distance. Um, all of you, your knights, uh, Liam, your knight looks back and says, "We're going to have to go into the fog to find it. Are you with me?"
Let's do this. Leroy!
He holds a hand back for you to clasp it, and when you do, it's just like this, bro clasp. And then he kind of tugs his vulture a bit, that immediately goes in for a straight dive, and the rest of yours kind of follow suit, but spread out a little bit to enter the fog. uh, Everyone go ahead and roll another d20 for me.
16.
Natural 20.
7.
Flick, what did you say you got?
18.
18? Okay. Flick and Kendra, or Rowan, I'm sorry. The two of you, your riders took you kind of around the outside to try and flank. And as you're flying through the air, the fog starting to just whip through you. It's hard to see through, but you both, each of you, spy a shadow, big wings breaking through the fog just kind of burrowing around it, billowing around it. Um, and you are now within 100 feet of it as it roars, realizing it has been discovered. Um, Flick, what's your dexterity
Not great. The modifier or the total score?
modifier?
+2.
Rowan?
+2.
Okay. Since you got a natural 20, Rowan, you head first. Do you want to do anything?
Good question. Is it 100 feet, right?
Yep.
Mm. Nope. There's not much I'm going to do right now.
Okay. Flick?
Go big or go home. I'm going to see if I can destroy one of its wings
Okay.
with a 6th level cast of Magic Missile.
Okay, go for it.
Let me take a look at that. I gotta double check the wording on the wand. Charges 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th level magic missile. So that is 3 plus 5. So can't count tonight. 8 total magic missiles.
Okay.
1d4 plus 1 for each.
Is it a save or?
Yeah, it's unerring bolts of magical energy. It just takes it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna bring up a thing to type. Wow.
Is that the wand that we found?
Yes. Five, 10, 15, 18, 20, 23, 28, 30 damage to aim directly at one of its wings.
All right.
Force damage.
30?
30.
Okay. All
I
right.
like this one.
So all of a sudden, these magic missiles come shooting from both sides of this vulture around the knight and the vulture, um, and aim straight for the manticore. And uh, Rowan, you would be able to see these flashes, just brief flashes of light uh, soaring through the sky suddenly, and then these distant sounds, almost like lightning or thunder, hitting something off in the distance as the manticore roars in pain and flings over almost into a roll as it dives into the fog and disappears. Um, Everyone make perception checks.
Dirty 20.
Well,
15.
11.
All right. So the um, Flick, after you shot off these missiles, all of a sudden your knight in front of you's like, "Holy shit, mate! Alchemist my ass!" And he's like, "You got more of that where that came from?"
not for a while.
"That's all right. We're on his tail here." And he takes the vulture into a dive. Kendra, did you say you rolled a 20?
Yes.
All right. So you see off in the distance, actually, hold on. You see a shadow in the fog uh, nearing Liam's vulture, the one that Liam's perch on. And uh, it's going straight up in a vertical towards it, almost doing like a turn. And you can see like the fog kind of parting just slightly as it heads towards them.
How far away?
From you,
Yes.
it's about 200 feet.
Shit. Can't get any closer, can
Not at the moment.
I? Okay. Then
Okay.
for now, we'll settle with shouting to Liam and the driver to move. He's below you.
What?
Fucking
High speed flight. There's a lot of wind noise.
All right. So, Liam, you hear a voice that you recognize off in the distance. Um, it's a little hard to make out what it's saying, but you can see Kendra gesturing down, and as you look down, you see a darkness suddenly come up out of this fog straight next to you, and the vulture in the night. And
Can I react at all to try to like dig my sword into it?
you you can do a reaction, yeah.
Okay.
You can't do a I wouldn't say you can necessarily do a action. You can do a reaction.
So, not trying to injure it. As it's climbing up, flying up beside me, I'm trying to get my sword into it because I'm trying to get on its back.
So you're not trying to make a weapon attack, you're trying to do what?
I used my sword to like just get on it.
to like hook
Gonna-
onto it.
I'd say a
Yeah,
grapple.
like to hook onto it and then just like get on its back.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and yeah, make a strength check. Actually, do a dexterity because this is an in-flight thing.
This is probably a really stupid idea on my part, but you know what? Go big or go home. I'm gonna use luck.
Okay.
It's better. 18.
Okay. So, Kendra, you can see from where you're at this dark shape come up out beneath Liam as Liam swings his sword out to try and grasp it as he like almost throws himself off of the vulture to try and grasp it. And he does manage to grab around its neck, but it's just as the manticore makes a claw attack at the vulture that he just left, which is actually misses. So Liam leaping onto it and grasping its neck actually throws it off and it goes into a spin midair and then starts to fly off again. Everyone go ahead and make a d20 roll.
Am I still on it?
Yep.
Okay. Do I roll a d20 too?
Yep. No, you don't need to roll d20.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Do
Now the question is, do I get sneak attack at all while I'm on its back?
No, sir.
Oh wait, you're a swashbuckler rogue. There's no one around it.
Yes, I'm going to have to interject though. He's literally holding it. It can feel them. um,
You can't blame me for trying.
Kendra, what did you roll?
14.
14. Okay. Uh, so as this thing goes into a barrel roll, roaring loudly, Flick, you are able to see this thing start to come towards you again. Um, and it gets within 100 feet of you. Do you want to do anything?
Yeah, we're gonna shoot it in the face
Okay.
with fireballs because I don't got more of that magic missile right now. Was hoping that would have knocked it out, knocked it to the sky. That's a nat 20.
All right.
I like this new die. So nat 20, we're doing maximum damage result, right?
Yes. And you're doing fire bolt,
Firebolt.
right?
So 10 fire damage launched from Flick's, chemical cannon monstrosity. The fulminating fluid splashes against it, probably directly in the face since it's coming directly at them.
Okay. And that does not have area of effect, correct?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
single target, 10 fire damage.
Okay.
Do I get a bonus action?
Sorry?
Do I get a bonus action? Because I gotta check the range on something.
Sure. What's the damage on that first?
You said it's a crit, so maximum possible damage, so 10 fire.
10? Okay.
Okay, now that's the only thing I can do at this range.
Okay. So after the manticore gets hit in the face with this fire, it actually, it's very pissed off now, and it swings its tail around. And Flick, because you're the one that keeps hitting it, its tail flings and flickers towards you, essentially. And it's going to make a ranged attack against you. Which is 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And that is 8 points of damage. So a spike on the tail, which you would see this tail at the end of it is just full of them. And they're good 2-inch long spikes. And it flings through the air, almost like being shot from a gun, and hits you right into the shoulder. And then it's going to go into another roll and into the fog again. Everyone roll a d20.
I really want to hit this guy.
I'm gonna roll, tell you it, and I'm gonna go run and grab my food real quick.
19.
Do I roll a 20 still? Because I'm on his back still.
Yeah, let me get everyone's roll real quick, and then we'll do yours.
5.
I got a 20.
Okay.
Wait, why did you say I'm gonna do mine separate?
Because you're gonna fall.
I don't like this.
Athletics check to hang on.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Look, man, look.
All right, Rowan got a 20. Flick, what did you get?
5.
5. Okay. Yeah, Liam, go ahead and make an athletics check. Actually.
Hey, remember, you're lucky.
Yeah,
So what am I rolling?
an athletics check.
Okay, sorry. I'm a little distracted just because I mentioned it before. My raid group is actually watching us right now, and they're commenting that they were watching and telling me no pressure. So hi guys, watch me die on stream. Okay.
There you
You
go.
said
Athletics.
okay. Fuck. I wish that was acrobatics. That's an 11.
Okay.
You're lucky, aren't you?
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Can I use luck?
Of course you can. I
Okay.
encourage you to use luck. 1,000 feet in the air.
I'm gonna use my last luck.
Okay.
Can you do luck twice on the same roll?
Did you already use it one? I don't think he used it this one.
No, he wants to do it again.
Oh, no,
I
you
can't.
can only use it once in a roll.
Okay, then I have to go with the 11.
Okay.
Because that was a 6 plus 1. That's a 7.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So,
Not so lucky.
Rowan, you're the only one that sees this happen. So you see the manticore as it dives into the fog, and you tap your knight and point, and he takes the vulture into that same area as he blows a horn to call for the rest of the knights so they know where to head towards. But what you're focused on is the manticore. Your eyes do not leave that shadowy form, especially because you know you have a friend on it. And as you see the manticore start to go into a vertical, you see it suddenly, the wings flare out and then pull back in as it goes into a dive, but into a spiral dive. And Liam, the force of the air coming at you is so strong that it rips you from the back of the manticore, and you are now free falling as the manticore flares its wings back out and is able to fly off.
And I'm free
Oh,
falling.
And you are a
What's
good 800 feet above the ground.
And how far
um
am I from Liam
You're
at this
100
point?
feet from where you saw them.
looks like someone's life is in danger there.
So since the knight pointed them out and rang the siren, can the rest of us see this now?
You cannot see it, if, but you are headed towards them at this point.
So I see Liam falling. I don't even hesitate, and I tap the shoulder of the knight that's flying this vulture.
His head turns back and looks toward you.
Don't worry about what's about to happen. I'm doing this on purpose. And then I just leap
What?
straight off.
He like, oh shit, and like reaches for you for a moment. Um, and then
I am diving straight down, like head first, aiming straight for Liam, and just for that moment, I'm thinking about the vision that I had and what my Landra has said to me. I like, if this isn't my time, if I still have more to do, please let me save my friend, and just try to open the wings. When I get, that's when I dive bomb down and get close enough to Liam to just reach out and grab any limb I can from him. At the same time, trying to open the wings.
Are you able to catch him?
you uh, you dive, pull your arms and your legs straight, and just head straight for the falling form. And your eyes close, and you have this moment of quiet with the air rushing past you, and uh, you feel this electricity start right in the middle of your chest and just go up into your neck, down your limbs, and your eyes flare open. And as they do, lightning just comes out, and through your back, your wings unfurl, and you dive straight for him. And as you get within range of him, make a athletics check for me. Actually, make a, yeah, make an athletics.
Natural 20.
So, Liam, you see this form coming towards you as the air is just throwing you all over. You see just very short visions of it, but you see light flashing, and then all of a sudden, something hits you, and wraps around you as Rowan, you are able to grab him and you turn your wings and are able to skim along the bottom and fly back upwards.
Did Liam bring the brown trousers?
All right, so Liam, you are safely grasped in the arms of Rowan. The rest of you roll d20s.
17.
18.
Okay. Neither of you are able to spot. Your knight heard the horn and was able to go towards it, but you don't see the form. You hear off in the distance the roar, but it seems to reverberate and echo off the walls, making it hard to locate. Uh, Rowan, what are you doing?
Oh, Liam, are you okay?
I'm just gonna look over at Rowan and say, "Let's fuck this shebang up."
You want me to try to drop you off on it again?
I'm processing. Error 404.
Do we know how long Rowan's wings last?
I think 1 minute, isn't it?
1 minute.
Uh,
Should I take you straight for its face?
take me to its wings.
So I'm going to attempt to fly towards
Okay.
the wings.
Everyone make just perception checks.
Nat 20.
Man, you guys are throwing 20s.
It's got that little dragon thing on it.
I hate that die.
I got
I need
a
dice.
14.
It's my swirly glitter die.
I got a 5. I can catch Liam. Doesn't mean I
I
can
never
fly.
rolled this good, so I'm doing good today. I'm rolling like Kendra rolls.
The only nat 20 I've gotten today was when I poured my dice out.
I have gotten no 20s. Well, I got a dirty 20, but
Gotten a dirty 20.
Okay, dirty 20, 20.
oh no.
Oh.
I have a 14 right now. I'm saying I had a dirty 20 right
Oh, okay. Rowan, what'd you roll?
5.
And Kendra?
4.
Okay. All right, so Flick, you were the only one. You're not. You feel a hand grasp your leg as the knight holds his other hand up and points towards his ear as he peers off into the distance. And then the hand grabbing your leg points that way, and you guys are able to pinpoint where this manticore is, the roaring, and you start off for it, and the knight holds up the horn. Actually, the knight hands the horn back to you as he guides the vulture closer. Go ahead and roll a d20, Flick.
How well do you blow the
19.
coin?
19? Okay. Um, so you guys you are able to break through in clearing in the fog, and as you do, this form of this flying lion is coming straight for you. Go ahead and make a. Actually, I'm gonna make a dexterity check for the the vulture, because this is going to be a reaction on the vulture's part. Okay. The vulture was not expecting this, despite all of its training, and the manticore is going to make a bite attack against the vulture, which definitely hits. And Okay. The manticore crashes into the vulture and bites at it, but the knight is able to immediately kick at its face and kicks the manticore off of its mount. Flick, you are next in line. What would you like to do?
Uh, During this instance, I'm going to have Spiderpot quickly move over and latch onto the Manticore's back,
Okay.
and debating if I want to use my last spell slot. Yeah, we're going for it. Flick brings up the alchemy gear once more, now that it's quite all up in her face, making a spell attack as green energy gouges forth. Let's see, does a 22 hit?
Definitely hits.
All right, and this is Ray of Sickness. So 2d8 poison damage. 13 poison damage, and it needs to make a con save. Con save 14.
Uh,
As
oh, it definitely it makes it.
Okay, so just 13 poison damage.
Okay. All right. So, uh, did that come from Spiderpot or
Oh, that's Flick's alchemy gear.
from you? Okay. The manticore is looking pretty hurt. Um, and it goes in enough that it now senses internal danger and it's not going to fly off this time. And it is going to actually make a attack against
Do I still get a bonus action?
for Spiderpot.
Yeah, shoot again. Because Spiderpot moved, but it still gets its thing.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay. I gotta bring that back up, because it is like the weirdest place to find out where that sheet is attached to my character profile. Ranged attack. Dirty 20.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Or 5 force damage.
All right.
Now it
So
can kill.
5 force damage. Okay. So the manticore gets hit by you. It starts to sense this doom, and then it gets hit from the back, and it's very, it's very much an animal that senses it's in danger. So it is going into a frenzy essentially, and it's going to make several attacks against you, Flick, as you're the one that continually hits it. So we will start one with a bite. It's going to attempt to bite you, and that is a like 22.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right, that is 8 points of damage. It's then going to swipe its claws at you, both of its claws.
Is it able to differentiate between me and the knight and everything that and the bird that I'm riding?
Um,
You get directly at me.
yes, it's got a very high perception and knows exactly who has been coming at it. Um, that is 14 to hit.
That's not hit.
Okay. So one of the claws swings at you and misses, and yeah, the other one is like a 26 to hit. And that is only 4 points of damage. All right, so this manticore is going into a frenzy. It is scared and frenzied, and it bites at you. One claw misses, the other one happens to get a good swipe at you. Make a Make an athletics check for me, Flick.
Oh boy. Which die do I use?
All of them.
I'm glad I used the glitter die. 18.
Okay. So this thing is going into a frenzy against you. And with that final strike, it just knocks you sideways and you start to fall. But you are able to grasp onto the knight who throws an arm out for you, and you're able to grasp into it. And he helps pull you back up onto the vulture's arm. And you guys actually now start to go off a bit as the knight realizes you might be in danger now. So the rest of you roll d20s for me.
18.
19.
An natural 20.
Nice.
How fortuitous. All right. So, Flick, as you're getting wailed on and your knight and you and the vulture are just starting to kind of fly off as this manticore is like almost foaming at the mouth as it comes at you, this foam mixed with blood and the ichor of the concoctions you've used on it. That jaw, unnaturally hinged jaw with the wide mouth, just opening wide. You are able to see the rest of your party. They all are just coming within distance of 100 feet of you. Um, do any of you want to do anything?
How
And that's
close?
Kendra, Rowan, and Liam.
How far away is it?
100 feet.
100. Oh. Oh, any of my spells can touch it now.
So if we get close enough to it, I mean me and Rowan, can I get sneak attack?
I don't think there's gonna
Depends.
be a body left for you to sneak attack after I'm done with this. Yes, DM, I would like to do something.
Okay.
I would
Let-
like
go.
to. I would like to quicken spell Scorching Ray.
Oh, shit.
Uh, and just so I can roll all these at once. I would, and then with my action, use my second level spell slot to catch Scorching Ray.
You can't do 2 leveled spells in a single turn.
You're right, I can't. Well, we're gonna do a nice little Eldritch Blast to round that off.
All right.
Can you use any spell slots in the fight against the zombies?
I used one, but that was a packed spell slot, and I was using my sorcery points to replenish all my shit.
I want spell slots.
That's a plus 5, 15.
Just hits.
Okay, that one hits.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 17.
Damage?
Well,
No, they hit.
Scorching Ray does 3 beams.
So he's rolling to hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go.
Yep.
Yeah.
And natural 20.
No, that one doesn't
And-
hit.
Oh, okay. So, just from Scorching Ray, that's automatically 12 damage plus 1, so 13, 14. No, I'm gonna roll minimum damage. 20. That's 23 fire damage from the Scorching Rays.
Okay.
And the Eldritch Blast, that's a 15.
So, Flick, as you are holding on to the knight in front of you, as he pulls you back up on it, you see behind you, you see one other vulture with Kendra on the back, and you see the white wings of Rowan holding Liam through the fog, breaking through as they are off in the distance. And suddenly you see a burning light, which turns into three burning flames, which come and hit this manticore right up the ass because it's heading towards you. And you see its jaw just like it was already unhinged unnaturally anyways, and all of a sudden you see the eyes just roll up as it gets hit, and it just drops. All life just leaves it as it starts to fall towards the ground. The eldritch blast just going beyond it. Didn't even need to hit it. It hit it, but it just kind of flung this dead body even further towards the south. So the manticore body falls to the ground, and you hear residual cries of huzzah from the knights on the vultures.
Flick pats the knight on her vulture. After it. It is ours.
You trike, mate, and he takes the uh, vulture down, straight down, and goes after it. And the
Yeah, but
everyone,
so do me and Liam.
everyone, roll a d20.
Oh, there was another one.
Wait, did Rowan and I not get to do anything?
I killed it.
He killed it.
Did the final
I wanted to do something to spite.
I got a 5.
I had 2.
18.
16.
Okay. So, Flick, you and your rider and vulture are able to get to the body first. You hear it hit the ground, and the thump of it just reverberates across the valley, and the vulture just gently, the wings slowly taking you down to the ground, and you drop off and are able, with the knight who pulls his sword out and without even looking at you hands you the handle of it. It's yours, mate. You earned it.
Thank you. And Flick will raise the sword up with his spider pot, scuttles about, still attached to the damn thing, and clears a spot in his neck as Flick brings the sword down.
All right, make a strength check.
Straight strength?
Yeah.
16.
Okay. So
You extra half.
yeah, you're able to you almost completely cleave the head off, and then you just kind of have to saw a little bit, just right at the edge where there's a little bit of ligament. But the knight doesn't seem concerned with it at all. He's very proud of who he had to ride with him, and as the rest of you touch down, Rowan, you touch down and let Liam out of your grasp.
I think my connection's breaking up. I'm going to reconnect real quick.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
breaking
it's
up a
not
little.
showing. Yeah.
I'm
I
about.
like this fight. I never roll this well.
You guys are rolling crazy.
I feel
Yeah.
like our main contribution was just getting on its back and then falling.
Man.
Well, apparently the universe was like, okay, you can't roll a crit fail at the first roll after a month. We need to compensate for this.
Oh, man. All right. So you guys drop down as Flick has just cleaved the head of this manticore off, and the knights they kind of congregate off to the side, and you kind of hear them laughing a bit as you see them gesturing as they tell each other their own tales, about their experiences with the manticore and everything. You guys want to do anything, or
Gonna just shout to everyone. Is anyone hurt? Is anyone injured at all?
Yes.
Oh, then get over here.
Flick's just gonna kind of sit down using Spider Pod as a stool for the moment. The large thorn sticking out of her shoulder.
Oh, oh, let's get that out.
Yeah, you've got the thorn, and then you've got a couple scratch marks, and that's about it.
And you could say that this is quite the thorn in your side.
Oh, I'd rather attached to it.
God.
No. So the other night, one of the Flick, the night that you rode with, actually comes up to you, Kendra, with and kind of gestures behind him. Uh, if you don't mind, Miss, my vulture took a little bit of a bite. Not terrible, but I heard you're the healer of the group.
Indeed.
Would you
Going
mind tending to
to,
my mount?
I'm going to spend a sorcery point to twin spell cure wounds, one on Flick and one on the vulture.
Awesome. All right,
So,
so
go to wounds.
I'm gonna take the spike out of my shoulder and put it in my bag.
Just time it right, like ready, 1, 2, 3. When you pull it out,
the
that's oh nice. Uh, that is 11 healing
to both.
to both.
Wonderful.
Got a max roll.
The so the as you reach
I'm no
forward
longer bloody.
and your fingers kind of brush the feathers of this vulture and it squawks a bit, but the knight just uh, kind of pets its head and you hear him whispering to it and it calms, and when it feels the warmth of the healing, uh, the vulture dips its head and presses its beak into you. uh, just kind of a little bump, um, and the knight actually looks to you, Flick, and it's like just kind of smirks and nods as you pull the spike and put it into your bag, and it's like gives you another bro proud of you moment. And he looks to the rest of his patriots, and we should head back. Yeah, the captain will be wondering what happened to us. I'm sure he can't see much in this fog, anyways. That, and we have a feast to finish, and much tale to tell, and a prize to be had. And they gather you up on each of their prospective vultures, and
Head
you guys,
inward.
yeah, you guys fly back to the Feathergale Spire. Uh, the vultures soar up above the fog, and Rowan, your knight in front of you taps your leg as you guys crest through the fog and nods towards the spire, and you can see what Thurl was speaking about previously. This fog has completely covered the valley at the edge of the canyon top, and the spire just looks like this great white sword almost just coming out of it. And areas of the Sumber Hills, where some of the hills just barely crest it, look like floating islands off to in the distance. And it's just this beautiful scene with the moon reflecting off of it, especially off the spire, making it almost this ethereal effect to it. And you guys fly back to the Feathergale Keep, having killed a manticore. All
Story.
right.
You carrying the head, Flick?
Of course. I've named him Jimmy.
The head?
Jimmy the head.
All right. So you guys get back to the keep. The vultures, you hear the whoosh of their wings as they suddenly flap to almost have a break sensation as they just gently drop onto the ground. Um, and as you guys jump off, uh, Savra is there to greet you. And you see her doing just a quick eye count, head count on everyone before she smiles and then sees this head of a giant manticore hanging off the side of one of the vultures, and uh, she just claps for you all, and then guides you back down towards the feast. So you guys all wind up back downstairs.
I can't use my keyboard. I have a cat on my arm.
That's all right. And you guys rejoin the rest of the knights and such. A lot of the meal, you can see where plates have kind of finished, but there is still plenty of food, and Thurl is there. He has not touched his food um, as he awaited the return of the rest of you. And when he sees you return, and Savra points or holds a hand out towards Flick and his prospective knight, uh, Thurl smiles widely and walks up to each of you and slaps you on the shoulder and is just, good work, friends. I'm sure this is a mighty tale that will be told at our table for years to come. We've been hunting that manticore for quite some time. You must tell me how it happened. And he
Yes,
would,
it was a spectacular hunt. Much like the trolls back home, though, with wings.
the what?
The trolls. Large lobster tentacle monstrosities. Terrible things.
My God, that does sound
We've
quite
learned to just
frightening.
accept that there's a lot of bad things in Schultz.
I've heard tales, but here I thought a manticore was quite a foe to be had. Alas, we are honored to have such heroes join us tonight. And he holds his hands to his chest and bows his head before he sits and resumes eating. And as you guys start to eat as well, he looks over to Flick, picks up the ring, and tosses it over to you.
Reaches up, catches it, and dips her head in a deep bow to act towards him.
All right. So Thurl's ring is worth about 250 gold pieces.
Okay, yeah, I gotta move.
So yeah, but it's in the shape of like some feathers with a garnet inset.
How do I was just looking to how to spell his name.
Thurl?
Yeah, I define as I can.
Oh, gotcha.
I want to identify it. Could be something cool.
I keep hearing like the crickets pop in every once in a while, and I keep like looking over at my window as if it's open.
My window's open.
So, and Thurl kind of sits back after he's finished his food and looks to the rest of you.
You said around a garnet?
Yeah.
Are none of the knights? Ooh, I sound really loud.
Like, we'll
Um,
take the time to, remove her gauntlets, put the ring on, and put her gloves back on.
What was that, Rowan?
uh, when I ended up jumping off the falcon and dive bombing and catching Liam. Now that we're back, does it seem like any of the knights are like surprised at it, or they're familiar with it, or like am I getting any vibe off of what they witnessed me do?
Um, the
Oh,
vibe
you're
is
getting
they are telling this tale across the table quite a bit, and they're each giving their accounts of um, this great warrior that sits with them that is blessed by the gods and is especially blessed by the gods of the air.
But I don't hear any of them like specifically mention like, oh, she's an awesomer or anything.
No, they just have great revere, and some of them, if they see your drink is empty, they push the cask over to you to refill.
I mean, the only ones who did anything to the thing was flicking Kendra, though. I think. Other than Liam being crazy.
Hmm.
yeah. Kendra's just been quiet. She's not gonna hog the glory. This is Flick's moment. This is Rowan's moment.
Well, it's not nearly a moment to me, but I was just curious of how they react to seeing
Hmm.
random wings on a person that jumped off a falcon.
Although I am quite, I am like thinking in my head that all I told them was I'm a healer, and then I just nuke it.
I mean, Blake also told her she's an apothecary, and she kind of shot the fuck out of the thing.
Yeah, they they're not surprised by people that are willing to defend and fight for themselves, especially with the fact that you guys were willing to jump on the back of vultures to go find a manticore. You have to have some amount of balls to do so. So they assume that you have something up your sleeve. Um, but they are quite reverent towards one who has the gift of flight and wings to them at will.
I healed him in reverse.
You keep to that story, Kendra.
I'm still a healer. Reverse healing.
Actually, look, do you still need more healing?
A good night's sleep, and I'll be right as rain. Don't want to be too greedy now.
Okay.
Oh, more ale first.
Only a human has
Morale!
one.
And they all uh, hold up their glasses as another knight goes and grabs several big casks to bring in and
Is
fills
Kendra
everyone's.
drinking?
Kendra's not drinking very much, but yes.
Um,
The
so,
one person who designated driver.
um, all right. So the group, they just throw tales back and forth. Um, at one point, Thurl just kind of, at a brief pause in the conversation, he looks at the rest of you with a thoughtful expression. And as much as I am pleased and honored to have you all here with us, I sense you don't have plans to stay here. Am I wrong in this?
No.
You are correct. As I mentioned previously, before the hunt came upon us, we have promises elsewhere we've still to keep. Though I'm sure we'll pass this way again, and we'd be honored to aid you and hunt with you and enjoy company once more.
Oh, to meet that day.
I'm sure you have better facilities for this, as Flick says and pats the head of the Manticore. So I'll leave this with you at the very least.
I accept, and I thank you. Obviously, we offer you shelter for the night. We are happy to serve. Um, this place is yours. You may go about as you wish. We are your servants, and we serve the sky. So, should you need anything, just ask anyone here. We're happy to help. But I believe our night is coming to a close unless there is something else you would ask of us. Anything we can do for you.
There is something that comes to mind. With your men who travel the skies, we were searching for a group of people that were traveling. Let me check my notes. Yes, we were on the hunt for a delegation that was from the north, from Mirabar. They would have passed near Beliard before disappearing somewhere in the region. Would you have seen anything like a strange company headed south?
You see Thurl, his expression suddenly pauses a bit, and he seems to quiet and attempt to collect his thoughts. You said from Beliard.
Yes, that was the last place we know that they were seen.
Rumors have hit our tower from some of my knights of a delegation. We see much from the skies. And please understand, we see quite a few merchants and caravans moving along the roads. Uh, this one in particular looked very guarded, though. I don't believe we saw where they went, other than they were heading south along the road. And we saw nothing unusual, so that was all we saw. I don't believe anything happened to them that we know of. But it sounds like they've gone missing.
Unfortunately, we've found some of them a bit late, unfortunately. We were wondering if you may have seen if they met anyone on the road.
A great many travel the roads. A great many more travel off the roads. The way they were headed, if anything, I would almost have to assume possibly the sacred stone monks had something to do with it. They,
Oh, them.
yes, them. They're quite reclusive.
How
Personally,
rude.
I believe they're harboring evil and would not mind agents to investigate them. They don't trust us and we don't trust them, so
Huh?
sending one of my own would not get very far.
At any rate, any lead is a good lead, so I thank you for those words. It would certainly give us a point to begin an investigation.
You said you found the delegation bodies.
Yes, they were buried in shallow graves, east along the road from Red Lodge.
Were there any other bodies around there? Did it look like there was a scuffle? Anything?
Yeah.
Not at the time. Is that where we found the arrow? I didn't know.
No, we didn't find the arrow there. We found it before that.
I don't believe there was any signs of a fight at the location where we found it. It looked like they'd been moved some distance.
And it was all of the delegation?
We're not sure. We know it was some of them. One of them bore the marks of Mirabar's army, so we know it was at least a part of the delegation.
Well,
It was 4 bodies to be exact.
very well. Well, let us not end this night of joy and victory with a dour note. And he holds his glass up. Blessings to the sky and to all the children. And he downs a drink, and the rest of the knights repeat it and do the same. Savra will show you to your rooms. And again, we thank you. And he presses a fist to his shoulder and bows his head as he rises and makes his way to his own room.
I think it's time we get some rest.
Savra nods and pushes up herself and says, I will show you the way. Come, come. We've got some guest rooms off to the side just for you. And she leads you, same, going up actually to the next floor. Which one's Savra? There she is. All right, so she leads you up one floor up the stairs. And well, I guess I should reveal this, huh? Oops. Um, and this entire floor is mainly just bedrooms. And so she offers two of you to one doorway, which has a curtain partition uh, going halfway through the middle, and then she opens a door to another. And it would be uh, the two rooms on the eastern side. So this one and this one, however you guys want to split up.
Okay, going to bed.
Don't really care.
I turn to Liam. Are you gonna stick around with us up here? Or are you gonna steal away?
Do I have the opportunity to slink away and find my own place to sleep?
I mean, they've given you free reign, basically.
There is that nice garden up top.
Uh,
Although I suppose heights may not be your thing after today.
are we basically getting our own rooms? Do we have our own space for our own rooms? Because it looks like there's enough beds for us to be on our own.
There, it's two rooms that are basically pardoned off by a curtain partition. Um, so two of you to each kind of side, and then two of you in an entirely different walled off room.
Example, me and Flick in this scenario would be in the same room. We have a curtain for privacy.
At this point, since they took so long in the hallway, Flick has already removed most of her gear and is partly tending to the wound in her shoulder.
I'm just gonna be like chilling in here, away from everyone.
Okay, she leads
Or,
you guys
or
to
we.
these rooms.
The ones on the
Oh,
east.
So the two
You
on
get
the
a
east side.
oh, I guess I'm sharing a room with Rowan then.
I mean, you can go in the other rooms, but there are other knights in those sleeping.
Before we go for the night, I do want to take uh, Savra's side because I did promise to show her something.
Oh, yes. Actually, I feel this might be best up top. Would that
Alright.
perfect? And she seems very excited. And she leads you back up to the pinnacle. And the other knights, none of them are there at this moment. They are all uh, off in the distance doing night duties. And so you two are up here
Night
alone.
duty.
Okay. For this to work, going to need to start a bit of a
Don't
fire.
be shy.
So she takes out some of the wood from her bag and places it down, using control flame to ignite it.
What did you
You
ignite?
said that some of the scrap wood she had in her
Oh,
bag,
okay.
and she looks over to Savra. You said that hippogriffs were beautiful creatures, and you seem very passionate about everything here.
Of course. Flying is my life.
She then shapes the flames to be in the shape of a hippogriff flying.
And you see this expression of just awe fill her face as she watches it. And because it's very night at this point, there is moonlight, but this bright, flickering flame as it moves, and this flaming hippogriff kind of moves and jumps about, and the wings unfurl, and its head and beak kind of look up and down. And you can see in the flickering flames against her face just some tears in her eyes welling up as she takes in the beauty of it.
Flames then change to be, they swirl around and change to be the tower itself, with the vultures swirling around, changing the colors with control flame to mimic the ivory color.
She shakes her head and then gets comfortable sitting cross legged as she watches it.
And to finish it off is a is a replica of her standing there, proud, a hippogriff, with a hippogriff under her as she's riding it.
Thank you for this, Kendra.
He seemed extremely passionate to me, and those who go at a task with passion always do a better job. I know you will keep everyone safe as long as you can,
I feel I can trust you.
and I you.
I wish to confide in you.
What is it?
For this gift of the heart, the Feathergale Knights, we we do have a secret mission. Ultimately, we wish to master the elemental air so that one day we can hopefully annihilate the enemies of Waterdeep. Which, all right, so I looked up on Meta. Waterhavian is just another, it's like the actual people of Waterdeep. Everyone. All
That's
right.
that's why I was confused.
Yeah.
Because I did a lot of reading on Waterdeep when I made Flick, and I'm thinking that
Yeah. It refers to like Waterhavian. I think those are just the people of
The
Waterdeep.
yeah,
nobles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Waterdevian are the people and the society of
Yeah.
Waterdeep.
So she
You wish
says
to master the air, to control it.
we already are able to take flight into it, and the beasts of the air, they We hold reverence for them and they respect us and our leadership. We have tamed them and they follow our lead. The next step is to master the elements, the power of the air, just like you. And she looks back at the flames and kind of reaches a hand out and flicks her hand through it a bit, just like you are able to do with fire. Waterdeep has many enemies, and sadly, most come from within. I've spent a good portion of my life fighting those enemies, but all from the outside. We, Feathergale Knights, we hope to one day master the elements of the air to fight the enemies within Waterdeep. Your team would be incredible to be a part of that mission. If you would like to join us.
We make no promises for now, but perhaps in the future. I do have one warning. You look in awe at my power. You see it as something beautiful because that is how I create it. Just as with the Manticore, power can be devastating, especially one of a primal element. Take fire. It's beautiful, warming, comforting. It's comforting, brings light and joy, but can also be used to bring devastation. It is up to you, as the wielder of a power, to determine its course. With the power comes the responsibility to do good with it.
That is the creed of all knights, not just the knights of Feathergale.
It is one thing to have a creed, it is another to follow it in the heat of the moment. I myself have lost control in the past, and my actions have caused many of my loved ones to be hurt in some way. I was just a normal girl, one who goes to church to help every day, help in the fields, a good citizen. But one moment, in one day, it all changes. You can be the most upstanding person in the world, but in one dire moment, in one deciding second, it could all change. All depends on how good of a person you are, your soul. How unshakable are you in your creed, in your oath?
You see her nod as she looks off beyond the flames and across the moonlit fog, the sea of fog. One day, I will stand before the same predicament. And I hope I will draw on the wisdom that you have shown me. Thank you.
Of course. It's not easy to go against what someone else says. It's not easy to go against what your nature will say. But I feel in the time where it most counts, when you do attain the power of the air, you will use it responsibly and for good.
Perhaps the wielders of fire are not so bad after all. And she chuckles a bit. She looks to the side towards you.
Well, they've been known to be a little hot-headed.
This is what I hear mostly, but perhaps with experience and time, all changes. I must rest, though I do wish this to continue. I have an early start. Thank you, Kendra. She gets up and heads back down.
I stay up for a moment longer, staring off towards the east northeast area. And after just looking over there for a while, I douse the flames out, using prestidigitation to cool it off entirely. Put the sticks back into my bag, and head back down.
All right. So, uh, Liam and Rowan, you are each in your own room, and Flick, you have you bedded down quite quickly, and you barely even hear when Kendra comes in, and maybe 40 minutes later. Um, Liam and Rowan, was there anything you guys wanted to do for the night?
No, I'm pretty tired.
Okay. So you guys both head to bed. Kendra, are you headed to bed as well?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just noting I left the east-facing window bed open for Kendra.
Aw. All right.
I will
So,
say that, like, when we went into the room, like, I looked over at Liam, the fact that he came into the room, but I didn't push my luck with trying to talk to him. I just have a little smile knowing that he stuck around.
all right. So you guys go to sleep, and you are able to get a full rest, long rest. Um, and then
Feels
the
like we've been awake for weeks.
I,
It does. Oh man.
uh,
I got all kinds of stuff I gotta do in a long rest because Artificer.
it's been a long day for you guys.
Also, like to say, this is a cult. This is 100% a cult. This is 100% a
Every
cult.
every place we've been to has had a
Is
cult.
100% a cult.
Every place has
Crashing
been a cult.
waves, the fucking monastery. Monasteries are already a cult. Knighthood is already a cult.
There was a cult under Red Lords.
I even told you what I've been witnessing with their weird ass behavior of when you mention certain things.
This
Yes.
just solidified it in Kendra's mind of, yeah, this is a fucking cult.
So you guys wake up the next morning.
Hang on, I'm still doing.
Oh yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
go ahead. I got dice and stuff to roll.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to give you XP.
Oh, XP, you're right. That thing that
Yeah,
we forgot to yell at you about.
for the Manticore.
Liam gets 0 because all he did was tickle it.
You all get 700 XP each.
Yay. But when we do wake up, first, pray, then immediately go out to Flick and just like, if Flick's not awake, kind of just shake her awake. Flick, stop with the cat nap. Wake up.
Is there something you needed, Kendra?
I think we might be in danger.
This is news?
We should get out of here, but not make it look normal. We need to leave As soon as possible, I will explain later.
I'll be ready soon. Go wake the others up.
Okay. And I just go out, knock on the door.
Ron or Liam, are either of you awake?
Just
Nope.
as a note, as Kendra doing this, no one's really mentioned anything to Flick that, this is totally a cult. So far, it's just Kendrick waking her up saying, "Get up, we have to leave."
Yep.
Waiting a few seconds, knocking again.
Wait, wait. I'm gonna roll, see if I wake up. Okay, I woke up. I slowly open the door, a little groggy.
Good morning.
Morning.
And I walk in and shut the door behind me
Oh, come on in.
and just put my hands on Rowan's shoulders. We
Yes.
need to leave.
Are they both clothed? How does Liam sleep? Liam,
You're
you're
muted.
muted.
Wouldn't you like to know?
It's a curtain.
I mean, the
Just
question in this case is, did Flick pass out wearing anything, or just before she got it all off?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Just like looking at you, trying like making very small sounds, moving your mouth. We need to leave. I will explain later.
They're crazy.
And I'm kind of looking at her face, like still kind of waking up a little bit. Like right now.
Look natural.
Kendra. I'll get Liam.
Good. I will be outside your door waiting.
Understood.
I'm gonna go and like get my stuff first, and then go to the door and just sit there and wait.
So when Kendra walked out of the door, I like turn around and I like look at my own stuff, and then I look over at the curtain. And I look at my stuff. I'm like, I'm mentally thinking, I guess I'll wake Liam. So I slowly walk over to the curtain. I'm like, Liam.
Hands on.
Liam, wake up. Can I come on the other side of the curtain? Hello? Okay, then I just walk around. And walk straight up to the bed.
What does she see?
Yeah.
He sees uh, pillows covered in blankets to make it look like there's a body there.
Oh my god, Liam.
And I just grab a pillow and just like throw it down on the bed and be like, son of a bitch.
Then she hears a moan.
Oh,
I hear a bomb.
a
Moan.
moan.
Oh.
I'm not sure which is worse, a bomb or a moan.
Coming from under the bed.
What are you? And I get down onto the ground and I look at. What are you doing?
In a shock, Liam wakes up quickly and grabs a dagger and points it where he hears noise.
Points it or stabs it.
Yeah.
Points it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, it's just me.
Don't. What are you doing? Why are you waking up people? What's going on?
It's Kendra. She says we need to leave now. Don't ask any questions. Just grab your stuff, and we're going.
I'm literally wearing everything I own.
We're gonna get out from underneath the bed,
I don't get
and
why. I don't get why you guys just leave yourselves there as like open targets. It
You don't
makes
get the
no sense.
benefit. You don't get the benefits of a long rest if you're sleeping in armor.
Rowan, you hear as Liam like scoots out from under the bed, him grumbling about this, about leaving yourself open for all these people, weird people who sleep in their beds and leave themselves open to attack.
All right, Aragorn.
as I walk over to my side to grab like my pack and stuff, and I'm like, I mean, I had my damn shield on in the bed with me, but whatever, mumbling to myself. And we grab our shit.
Flick has a mechanical watchdog, so
We walk out to the hall.
Oh, good.
at this point, Flick has come out and is just kind of half asleep on her feet, staring at Kendra. Unblinking feline stare.
All right, so Kendra, the rest of your party kind of stumbles out of their rooms, still wiping dry crap out of their eyes and waking up and looking at you expectantly.
All right. Glad to see everyone is up and awake. Time to head to Red Larch, remember? We promised the constable that we would see him early in the morning today. I hope none of you forgot.
Did we?
It looks like all of you forgot.
Did we?
I'm sorry, the person in our party who took the notes is not with us. Did he say that?
Uh,
Come on, let's go. If we see anyone on the way out, then we will let them know.
Seems awfully rude to leave without saying farewell.
Well, we're on a tight schedule.
All right, so you guys start to head down the stairs to exit.
Yep.
Okay. So you head down the stairs. You are passed by several knights who um, give you a nod. Some of them give you pats on the back as they go by, with good mornings and, um, giving you well wishes as they realize you are packed up and ready to go. And um, as you reach the bottom of the tower uh, and head out the main area towards the gate, you do see
The door
Savra
opens up.
standing there.
Good morning, Sabra.
Good morning. You all are up quite early.
Oh, I'm normally up this early. They're not very good morning people, but would like to get back to Constable Harbottle very quickly. And let him know that you are very much willing and able to help with Red Larch if the need occurs, as well as we need to report to him everything that we've learned. I've learned that coming to him early in the morning is best.
I see. Well, I mean, Red Lodge is still a ways off. If you're needing to be there by a certain time, I don't believe you're going to make it on foot. Do you? We do have some spare vultures. One of our riders could take you over there, if you'd like.
Oh, it's fine. They need to wake up anyway. Nice little jaunt should do it. We should be able to get there before the afternoon at this time.
Very good. Well, we hope to see you soon, and She holds an arm out to you, and
I take it.
she clasps it with her other and just pulls you in and says, "Thank you again, Kendra. I
Of
am
course.
most blessed to have met you and the rest of you as well. We are honored by your presence and we hope to see you again soon. May the skies lead you back to us."
Thank you greatly for your hospitality here. I apologize with leaving without too much ceremony, but I feel we stay too long, we may end up in another night of drunken splendor. It's hard to get things done that way.
Yes, Drunken Splendor is the nightly activities of knights across the world, so I understand. Well, good deeds on your way. You're always welcome here. And she um, makes a gesture towards the knight just on the other side who takes a lever and pulls it up, and the bridge, or yeah, the gate starts to lower and creates the bridge across the expanse. You all leave?
Yep.
As we are.
All right.
Once we
Acting as
get,
normal as possible.
yep, as we get very far away,
Okay.
just looking up at the sky, looking around, making sure that nothing is following us, making sure that they can't see my lips through this telescope. I then tell everyone they have a hidden agenda that I learned about last night. It's not important how I learned it, but they want to control the element of air to use to, quote, annihilate their enemies. They are not just knights. Everything they told me sounded very cult like. And I felt that helping them with that manticore was a good thing. But what was being said to me sounded much like we were we were dealing with a cult.
Not all cults are terribly bad things. I mean, we do have a cleric with us after all.
Religions and cults are very close but not the same.
I do not understand the difference.
The annihilate their enemies part, that's the part that clued me in of how violent it is. They want to take the power of the air and use it on their enemies in Waterdeep
Rowan,
from the
you're a
inside.
combat cleric. Wouldn't you say you're using the power of your god to annihilate your enemies?
Yes, yes, I would. Um, I mean,
Kendra,
do you
you
not
take
get the sense that it was a difference between evil?
When I spoke to Savra, we spoke about power. I showed her some magic with my flames, and she spoke about how they're not just knights, they also seek to harness the power of air. They want to control the element. And I had a conversation with her telling her about how difficult it is to control a great power and how it's only going to lead to disaster if you use it from emotion, if you use it not understanding what you could do. And all of this seemed like she understood it, but it seemed like no one had said it to her. You would think that if their mission is to harness such a powerful primal element, they would have been taught control or understanding of it. They would have been taught that you can't just use it to just destroy your enemies. You have to use it in a way that's beneficial. The
Kendra, dear.
entire conversation sounded very something didn't sit right with me. The fact that they have a hidden agenda and that this is something that they don't broadcast to everyone, that they want to use such a large power to help. Did anyone else see anything or feel anything odd as we were talking to them?
Now that you mention it, I did notice how a couple of the different nights during our discussions of Red Larch, the mention of magic, stones,
We're
and
talking and walking, right?
the plus the mention of those magical stones and the necromancer, and specifically when I asked Thorol about those weird creatures that we found, it's it's almost like they went into a trance. It's like they got lost somewhere. It was very off-putting, and I don't know what to make of it.
During our conversation, she also mentioned it could have just been offhand, but at this point I was on higher alert. She said, "You wielders of fire," meaning, of course, there are mages that use fire like me, but she said it with recognition as if she'd known about a large number of wielders of fire, or if she's heard lots of wielders of fire. With the three places we've been, and their ties to the elements, and the visions, and how they spoke to us, and how they reacted to what we said, I feel like there's something going on, and I'm not quite sure what. But I just needed to get out of there in order to tell you all in case they were listening. I apologize for waking you up if this is nothing, but it just seems like too many things are coming together.
Even if they have another agenda, that doesn't mean they were anything but polite and welcoming to us.
Which
If
is
you
why we
simply,
didn't leave with any sort of ill will.
I feel you're not too familiar in handling the military types, Captain yet. I've spent quite a lot of time at Waterdeep myself. You say it like these were things that had not been told to her, but in the military role, it is often, if they do not see it as needed to tell their underlings, then they don't tell them. So it may simply be that no one in command had told her to think of those things. It may have been a conversation better had with the leader of their group.
Maybe. Just doesn't feel right. Nothing here sits right.
I would never tell you to ignore those feelings. They are clearly justified, and going forward, we can definitely make sure to keep an eye out.
They're worried about the monks. So once we head back to Red Lodge, get some rest.
I think your cat's on something you don't want.
No, she's on her shelf.
I just saw footsteps on top of something that looked like a poster.
No, that's her scratching post. Fuck, what was I saying?
Well, as Kendra's been talking to us about this and we're walking, I'm kind of like looking over my shoulder to see if I see anything because, in talking about controlling air and then witnessing what I did, I'm a little nervous now.
Oh, right. Stone. They said that they were suspicious that the monks were doing something, and even the Riverguard Keep said something about the monks. They're a notable presence in the area, but with us being told that there's something amiss there, that they might be doing something evil, mixed with the visions that I had gotten, I
Oh, you
don't
do,
want to
but
overstep, but I believe there might actually be something happening there.
we do have a contact in Red Larch who may know stories about them.
Liam, how much do I pay you to flirt with them and get the stories?
I'm sorry?
Your barge friend.
Your bard friend, how much money will I have to give you to endure him?
I have been meaning to talk to him anyway.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, though that does remind me, when we do get there, Kendra dear, I think the two of us should remain outside of town. There's
Ah,
a more pressing matter of business that we should attend to.
yes.
Speaking of cults, the rest of two of you will have to inquire at the church to see if there's anything we can do about this curse.
All right. So you guys are having conversation as you're heading along the path, uh, which sometimes seems pretty sparse along the way as it kind of weaves through across the plateau top and slopes down eventually into the Sumber Hills. And you head um, southeast towards Red Larch, where the hills start turning into golden and green fields, and you start seeing the familiar pastures of free range sheep and cows and such. But as you're traveling, real quick, Liam, roll me a d20.
I've deciphered it. These are for our random encounters.
That's an 11.
All right, so you guys are heading along, and you see random uh, wildlife here and there, but for the most part, you do not come across anything. And you see Red Larch come closer as you come within its borders. And as you come to town, there seems to be a different energy in the town. The um, giant hole in the middle of the town has since been covered up with stone planks of stone and wood um, that have been pulled from the quarry, and the wood has been laid over it as well to add extra girth to it. And so they have sorted up, and the locals, those that actually recognize you, um, they nod to you. You get some good mornings.
Flick is
Well, more good
staying in town.
afternoons at this point. What'd you say?
Flick is, staying away is outside of town,
Oh, okay.
As is Kendra,
hoping that
because we don't
Kendra.
want to bring the don't want
Okay.
to bring the curse.
All right. So Flick and Kendra, you are staying out. Um, Liam and Rowan, you're the ones that are noticing this, and um, yeah, you guys get into town. What would you like to do?
Been a while since it's just the two of us camping, Kendra.
Yes.
Although it does give me a moment to prove a bit of a point.
And what is that?
Flick takes the bag off her back, the one that clearly has all of her alchemical materials in it, and rather violently throws it straight on the ground. And nothing happens because it's a bag of holding, and technically everything inside of it is an interdimensional space. See, no fear of explosions. I've taken proper precautions.
When she does this, Kendra just starts to run, but doesn't hear anything. Turns around very confused. What?
See, nothing. I'm good at what I do, after all.
Okay.
Remember, I've never created an unintentional explosion.
And I've never let a fire spread farther than needed.
So, I'm still not going to stop joking.
I'm still not going to stop joking about it. Hey, why'd you bring us back in? We're outside. We're outside the void.
I know. I'm trying to pull you out. Sorry.
Just put us under one of the strange markings in the corner so we could wonder about what it means.
All right, guys.
I want this one.
All right. So Liam and Rowan, you guys come into town, and what are you gonna do?
Liam, you said you wanted to talk to Corbett Highblower.
Yeah, but there's something I want to do first. And if you don't mind, it's something I want to do on my own.
I can understand that. Please be on your way.
I just wave goodbye and I get moving.
Not even gonna make a plan to meet back up.
Nope, I'll find you.
With me having traveled with Liam so long, I pretty much know that he will find me wherever I am.
And yeah, I'm gonna go look for Pell.
Okay. Where are you gonna look for?
Uh, she's the granddaughter of the lady who runs an inn, right?
The poultry house.
I'm gonna go to the poultry house.
All right. So you head to Mondever's Poultry, which is, let me find it here. Right here. So let me pull you down there.
Where'd I go?
Right here. So a little south. Um, and let me pull that up actually here. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. So you come up to a wooden building that looks like it's been haphazardly grown throughout the years. Like portions of it have been kind of attached and don't quite fit the each section that has been added on. Um, each section is like shooting out in single story wings and annexes. All of them kind of look untidily in all directions. Um, and as you step inside, the interior looks like a barn or an attic with exposed beams and posts. There are pens with live chickens that fill most of the odd corners and halls of the building, um, leaving only a narrow aisle that goes down to the back where the Mondivers live. I'm sorry, the Mondivers. Uh, their rooms are separated from the chicken pens by a workroom where there are cutting benches and then a central hearth near the back. And as you kind of weave your way through the narrow aisle, you spot an elderly woman. Sorry, just lost my notes. She looks old and thin, very kindly, but you can see there's some sharpness to her, meaning some wit and intellect. She looks sharper than she appears. And as she sees you approach, her head comes up and she's got a feather in hand from a dead chicken that she's currently plucking, and there are feathers just kind of all over her. And she looks up and she says, "Can I help you?"
Yes, grandmother. Uh, would you happen to know of a little girl? This is gonna be really. It was a horrible way of phrasing it.
She adjusts her glasses as she looks at you a bit more closely.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Last we were in this town, I I took a. Oh, God, no, that's not gonna be a good way for that either.
And this is how lists are created.
Your granddaughter. Your no fuck. Nothing. No,
You're looking for Pell.
yes. Yes.
Is she late for work?
No. 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 It's last we. Last time we were here, we when the zombies attacked, we saved her. I want to make sure she's doing okay.
Oh, Pell's doing good. I'll give you a little tip of the trade. Pell will always be good. She's
Oh,
a firecracker, that one. Has her grandma's spirit. She
oh,
starts
well,
pulling more feathers out.
do you know where I could find her?
At this time of day, what is it? It's Thursday. I think she might be. I think she'd be at Valleyvos. I think she's at Valleyvos on these days.
I'm sorry. What is Valley's host again?
Valleyvos Sundries, right next door. She works there when she's not working at the wagon works.
Interesting. Well, thank you, grandmother. And I toss her a.
She adjusts her glasses again, trying to look at you to see if maybe she's mistaken you and like trying to figure out is this truly one of her grandkids or kids or something.
I toss her a gold coin for her help and say, spend it on spend it on your family.
She completely doesn't see it even pass by. And all right, well, be good on your way.
And I go to Sundry.
All right, so you head just south. Um, uh,
In the meantime, since they have nothing to do, Flick is setting up a tent and setting up an improvised alchemy lab, because we have some things to investigate. Specifically, a bottle of acid taken from the big bugs.
all
Just
right.
going to see what we can do with it in the meantime.
Okay. And then, um, so Liam, you head just south and back to the east to a building that Flick actually had been to previously. And um, as soon as you enter in, it is a maze of just tall shelving, stacks and stacks of items. The aisles are confusing, and there's just this place is filled with things.
So this entire time, I want to keep my perception up, uh, in case someone or something decides to sneak up on me.
Mm. Okay, so you're trying to keep an eye out.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I'm gonna go to what do you call it? I'm gonna go to the counter. I
okay,
forgot the word count.
and roll a perception check for me.
That's a 9.
Okay, you are keeping an eye out.
So I'm at the counter, right?
Hmm.
I make it to the counter.
Yep. So you are able to find your way to the counter. There is no one there.
Mm.
There is a small bell that rests atop of it, though, among multiple items.
Out of curiosity, do I see any books around?
Oh, yes.
Interesting, interesting, interesting.
They
Uh,
are mixed all throughout the rest of the items in here.
Interesting, interesting. Are there any possible scrolls, perhaps? With
I,
with with stuff written on them.
I mean, you see rolls of paper along one side of the roll. They or wall. They are just like jammed in a bunch of cubbies. You don't know if there's anything written on them unless you would like to pull them out.
You know what? I will. I
Okay.
will.
All right. So you start pulling some of the items out and looking through it. What languages can you read?
I can read Common, Deep Speech, Elvish, Thieves' Cant, and Undercommon.
Okay. So you see several with common on it. Um, they are look like historical documents. Um, a couple of them on the surrounding area. Um, one looks like a fictional writing based on what you're actually reading. And then another one looks, it's got,
Smut?
huh?
Is it fiction? The fictional one. Is it smut?
I mean, you're only getting a glance on it. How much time do you want to spend reading it?
Uh,
Make a perception check for smutty words.
You're muted, Flick.
I'm just over here laughing.
that is. Of course it is. That's an 11.
Okay. You see a
I'm
couple words here and there throughout where your eyes kind of catch on it, and you're kind of like, "Hmm." And then suddenly you hear a voice behind you. Can I help you?
I'm sorry. Yes, yes, yes. Who am I speaking with?
I'm valuable. I'm the owner of this
Ah,
shop.
these are your sundries, I take it.
These are my sundries, except that which you are holding. I don't think you're quite old enough to read that, son.
I'll have you know, grandmother, I am 25.
I'm just reminded of Ultracorn from Futurama. You have to be 180 to read it.
He, the old man, adjusts his really thick
Oh, great.
glasses.
Well, this is awkward.
And you turn around and see he's a short little old man. He's
What's your
got
charisma score again?
he's got a nice vest on with a jacket, tweed like jacket over it. Super thick glasses. Um, and he looks up at you and he's like, he just kind of smiles and chuckles. Well, if that's what you're looking for, I can point you to quite a few more where that came from.
Grandfather, would you happen to have any sort of, I don't know, tomes on things that I could possibly learn?
Tom?
In fact, do you have someone who could help me? Who could, I plan to perhaps buy a good amount and I'll need someone to carry things.
Eh, You're looking. You're looking for books to memorize.
Yes, yes. I am an avid reader on the road.
Oh, are you a bard? Is that do you tell tales or? You know what? It's none of my business. What kind of tomes are you looking for?
Anything that I could, you know, learn valuable skills from.
Hmm,
I have
I
a
mean,
good
there
amount of
are
books.
valuable skills in what you're holding right there, but I suppose the question begs, what type of skills?
I I have a foe that I must best down the road. I'm an adventurer, and as you can probably understand, I make my living off combat. I'm certain that there'll be a foe down the road that my current skills will not be able to handle. The more I learn, the better able I am.
Hmm. Are you looking to learn magic or to learn how to defend yourself or be offensive? What exactly?
Magic would be helpful, as would, you know, offensive abilities or survival on my own. All of it would be helpful. What what do you have?
We don't have any of that right now, but I can put in request to the merchants down in Waterdeep. They come
Ah,
through here quite often.
when will be the next time that they come, and when would they have the contents I need?
Well,
Hi, I'm a merchant from Waterdeep that came through Red Larch.
it, I mean, it takes a little time to get the message down to them and then for them to find the item and send it back. You're talking about a couple weeks.
Do you have anything here now that I could use?
Unfortunately, no.
Hmm, that is unfortunate. Do you know where I could perhaps pick up some gear?
Like armor and weapons? Or
Yes,
like what are you looking for?
armor, weapons, any sort of magical items.
Uh,
But again, do you have any sort of assistant who could help me carry these items?
I've got plenty of assistants. And he reaches over and slams the bell several times, and you hear a couple different young voices call out from amidst the chaos of the large, like, warehouse room of, yes, sir, 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 just from different areas. Assistance needed. And you hear some clattering of feet and as they scramble and come to the front. And you see about three different kids. A couple you might actually recognize from, just throughout town, and they seem eager to assist. You don't see the one you're looking for.
Hmm. And tell me, grandfather, do you have a girl who works for you by the name of Pell?
Oh, pal, yes.
Do you know where I might be able to find her?
She just got off her shift. I hear she,
What?
huh?
I said, God damn it.
She's likely over at the marketplace. She likes to visit Grund during this time.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Time for breakfast.
Okay. Grandfather, while I'm here, do you have any potions that I could buy?
Yes. Uh, let's see. And he kind of scrabbles through his. Actually, he nods to one of the kids, which is a young boy with sandy blonde hair. And the boy nods and right away scurries off. And you hear some clanking and clattering, some glass being knocked together. And then you see the boy come back with a cart filled with a wood, like, cart container filled with bottles. What How much are you looking for?
Well, I need something that'll keep me and my companion healthy should we get into danger. Do you have any sort of healing potions?
He adjusts his glasses and pulls a couple small vials out and sets them onto the counter. Uh, and he says, these two here are regular healing. This one here, that'll really do the job. And then this one here is going to cost you quite a bit.
How much will it cost?
The two, just regular ones, those are 25 gold pieces apiece. And then the next one up is 100 gold pieces.
Oof. Oof, oof. Ooh,
I'm
ooh.
not even going to bother telling you the price of the other one. You seem quite shocked.
Well, let me ask you. I'm I'm not sure if you are familiar, but me and my companions, we're the heroes of
Don't
Red
you
Love.
know who I am?
Oh, yes. Yes, very much.
And I'm going to pull out the the badge.
Ah, I
And is there
see.
any way be you is there any way we can work out a deal? I don't want to undercut you at all, but I do want to pay, but is there a way that we can barter or perhaps come to a more reasonable price?
Make a persuasion check.
Don't fuck me, dice. All night. Um, please don't fuck me, don't fuck me, don't fuck me. Persuasion, that's a 16.
Okay. He uh, looks at the kids, the three children, and he pats one on the shoulder and makes a gesture for them to scurry off, and they go back to their duties. You hear clattering off amidst the aisles, um, and he picks up the superior and the greater healing and puts them back into the cart. And he leaves the two regular, smaller vials there, and he says, I've heard what your lot are doing, and we are very grateful. I tell you what, son, if you continue to come back and purchase things from me, I would be happy to give you a discount. How does 20 gold pieces for each sound?
Well, before we make any sort of official agreements, grandfather, I do have a question for you. Is there a money changer in town?
Uh, for what?
Well, I may have more money than I anticipated.
All his money's in Electrum.
I'm not sure I understand. Do you have things you need to sell?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm a sundry shop. I'd be happy to buy things off of you.
Well, grandfather, I'm not sure you may be able to to exchange what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, I'm like looking real quick. I've still got I think 3 jet gems. Because I think I gave one to Pell. Um,
Yep.
I'm trying to remember if I gave her one or two because I knew there was like an issue with her in terms of like money. And I told her to sell that to start her adventure later on.
Hmm.
So I might actually have, depending on it, 600 gold
Did you? Where did
because
you
I've
get
never
that?
sold the jet gems.
Yeah. Was that
away when we were in like we were
The
facing
Necromancer Cave.
the necromancer? Okay.
and kind of like just palmed it when no one was looking.
It was either the Necromancer Cave or in the dungeon under town.
Two moving stones. Okay. Let me see.
I think it was the Necromancer Cave.
It was the necromancer cave. That's when we were looking through the room, and I just pocketed it, and I gave everyone else the gold, but I kept the gems.
That's where I got
Sorry,
my
I
wand
had to
of
like
magic nuking missile.
now that I changed my room,
Ah,
I'm using a notebook for our notes, but I didn't transfer over the
you're
stuff
okay.
I had on the pad.
Yeah,
So it's like,
you had 4 polished jet gems, and they were 50 gold pieces each.
oh, okay. There were 50 gold pieces each, so it's
Hmm
200 total. And I gave one away. That means 150 gold I have
hmm
in just these gems. Would I be able to exchange them here, or do I need to go to like a money changer? That's why I was trying to figure out the money changer.
He, uh, do you pull out the gems to let him see them?
I'm sorry.
Do you pull the gems out so he can see them?
Well, that's the issue. I don't want them to see them and like screw me over because I know their worth. Uh, okay, you know what? This begins by taking a leap. Grandmother, I have these gems.
Hmm
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're worth uh 75 gold pieces apiece. So I believe I should have 225 gold just through these gems.
Are you pulling them out and showing them, or
Yep, yep. Pulling them out and
okay?
showing them.
All right.
I
So
also well
he's
aware of the fact that I'm also well aware of the fact that you said they're 50 gold apiece,
yeah,
but I'm saying 75
yeah,
just to.
yeah. So he nods and goes around the counter, and he reaches under and pulls out this little eye thing uh, that he pulls his glasses off and kind of fits it into his eye as he holds one of the gems up and looks at it very closely for a moment. Then he sets that down, puts his glasses back on, and knocks it on the counter for a moment. And then he pulls out a two-pronged piece of metal, which he then dings gently against it and listens to the rock for a moment. Mm. And go ahead and make a persuasion check for me. Actually, make a deception. I'm sorry, deception.
Okay. See how much I can. Ooh. We use luck uh, on that one. Is that my last luck?
No, you had a long rest,
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's a whole new set of luck.
much to my chagrin.
Okay. No, because I had left it at 2 before, but I wasn't sure if I didn't unmark it. If I marked it or didn't unmark it
Yeah.
when I was trying to use it on the Manticore again. So okay. So that's gonna be 16.
All right. So he listens to it momentarily, and then he looks at the gem, looks back to you. I believe that's jet gem. I'm pretty sure. Maybe last I heard, I thought it was going for 50, or maybe yeah. And you see him calculating in his mind what he remembers about this, um, but he then says 75. That sounds that sounds about right if I remember correctly. Sometimes my age gets ahead of me. Uh, so how many of these did you have?
I have 3.
3? That's 75 apiece. Very good.
That should be about 225 gems. But you know what? You know what, grandfather? You've done me you've done me a great kindness. Let's say 200, and I will ensure that everywhere we go, I will speak at length of your shop and send every traveler we run across to you as their mid-travel resupply place.
Ah, I've been looking just for your type of people. And he reaches under the cabinet and pulls out a dusty box, which he sets down, and dust blows off and sends the dust just flying into the air, and it quickly dissipates into the rest of the um, dust in the air. And he opens the lid and he pulls out several very tiny parchments of paper, which he hands to you. I do believe we have struck a deal then. And if you
Just out
take,
of
yeah,
curiosity, are these pamphlets for a shop?
oh
They're
yes,
they're business cards.
yes,
I am
they are
definitely gonna
absolutely
I am
business cards.
definitely gonna hand those out. I'm not just gonna hand them out. I'm going to do dope rogue shit and just like climb off of like roofs and just throw it out so people steal it.
No, I
I am
figured he was
living
gonna
for
like
it.
break into people's houses at night and leave them on their nightstand.
Oh, I'm going to. I am living for this. I have a forger skit. I will make more.
Make sure that they whoever you hand these to, that they make sure to present them back to me, and I will hand them to you when you return, and then I will know that our deal is good.
You can count on me, grandfather. You can count on me. So that is 200 gold.
200,
Let's say I take those two commons. How much is the greater? With a
100
discount.
with a discount. Are you going to take the 2 healing as well?
Yes.
Technically, that would be 150. I'd give them to you for if you're doing me a service. I'd give them to you for 115.
115.
115.
And it would have been how much before?
150.
I think we've struck a deal. You give me the 85 gold leftover change, and I three potions, and I will hand out your flyers and speak your praises.
And he holds a hand out. A deal is struck.
Healing. So I'm going to add that to my inventory.
Okay. 2 regular healing and 1 greater.
I am a savvy haggler, guys.
Look at you, Gavin.
This is what I do when you guys aren't around. Stop me.
It's, you hunt down little girls and buy potions.
did did.
So grandfather, you said that Hell would be at the market.
Yeah, she's usually at the market at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you, grandfather.
Y-
I will now be
Thank
off.
you. And he.
Oh, and I'm definitely taking those flyers, but later on I want to like really examine them, so I can make forgeries.
Okay.
Not forgeries. I want to make copies so I can hand it
Mhm.
out to more people.
Right.
So I'm gonna use my forgeries to do it.
Okay. So you are going to head towards the market, and he kind of gives you directions, which you can easily just cut straight across the field, which is
Is anyone in the party proficient with calligraphy tools?
Sora was.
Well,
Nope.
she's at the church, right?
Huh?
Well, she's at the church, right?
They are at the church, yeah.
Or
Oh
the
man,
local cult.
Yeah. Um
having coach healing is cool. So guys, if shit gets crazy, I can heal us. Oh, one last thing before we leave, grandfather, about those requests. Surprise me.
okay. He's really confused uh as he watches you leave. But you are able to head straight out the back actually. He just kind of points you if you cross the grassy part behind, you can cut right into the market. And um, it's pretty empty. There's setups of where stalls you could see some permanent ones and some areas where some have been taken down and seem to be set up quite frequently, but they're currently broken down. Um, and you see Grund off to the side making pickles, and you see the small form of Pell uh, helping him.
So I am going to. Would you mind if I roll stealth?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, fuck. Uh, that's a natural one.
Okay.
So he's
Uh,
super sneaky, but he's singing his own theme song, so everyone knows where he is.
so
So
yeah, I'm gonna try to sneak up on Pell and surprise her, but I'm going to trip over my own feet and fall in front of her and Garn, Gorn,
Grund.
Grund. Wow, that was completely off. Um, and I'm gonna fall into the pickles.
Oh. So you are trying to sneak up and you wind up tripping and um, you wind up tripping into the uh, barrel of pickles that Pell has just kind of turned and was scooting, and all of a sudden this body just trips right into it and knocks it over, and she's just like wide-eyed. Grun just kind of looks up briefly and is like, "Oh hey," and then goes right back to what he's doing. Pell's like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" And she helps
I'm
pull
just
you
gonna
out of the pickles.
I'm gonna with pickle juice all over me and like a whole pickle behind, like on my ear, like it was a pen. It's like just checking up on you.
What? In the pickle jar?
I don't know where you're hiding. A good adventurer checks everywhere.
You
That
just fell into the pickles, didn't you?
adventurers don't fall. We make every choice. We do exactly what we choose to do.
Says the man who fell off a manticore.
That was a really odd thing to choose to do, but it was actually kind of funny. So,
And that was why it happened. An adventurer always makes the people around them smile. How are you, kid?
and you see her give a big smile, and then she just like rushes forward and hugs your waist.
And I just ruffle her hair. How you been keeping up with your dagger?
I've got it. I wasn't sure if you'll be coming back.
Well, we will. And I want to make sure that you're well practiced and that you'll be ready when you go off.
I will. Maybe not smelling like pickle juice as she realizes she's just now gotten herself covered in pickle juice now that she's hugged you.
Kid, I smell like pickle juice. You'll be in good company. So tell me, what's been going on since we've been around? Been gone? Any new any new information, any new adventures you've been on or found out about?
Well, I haven't really done anything here, but a lot's been going on in town. The
What?
well, the constable and they investigated the believers, everything that happened down below, and they wound up arresting quite a few of them. That's why several of the shops are closed down. So they sent a lot of them down to Waterdeep for, I guess, a court or something. I don't know. But yeah, any of them that they tried, they stood before Jalessa. Oh, that's another thing. We had to vote in, since the believers, the elders were technically all made up of believers, we had to vote in a new mayor, and the city pretty much unanimously, uh, they wound up voting in. I'm sorry, I said Jalessa. That's not right.
I was say, do we know Jalessa? Like, it's been a while.
Not Jalissa. Uh, oh no, it is Jalessa. Sorry. Uh, they voted in unanimously. Jalessa Orna.
He owns a butcher shop, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
Okay.
she's the step-in mayor for now until she can help the constable get things under control, and then she said they'll hold a true vote. It was just a short one. I mean, you can imagine Red Arch was kind of in shambles for a moment there, but yep. So
I'll bet.
yeah, and then what else? I can't remember. What have you been doing?
Well, would you believe that I rode on the back of a manticore?
No,
I did.
no,
And
you didn't.
would you believe that I fell off and fell 800
Yes.
feet?
How did you survive?
I was saved by an angel.
What?
Yeah,
Like a real one?
real wings and all. I'll tell you what more. The angel who saved me, it's the big woman who's always traveling with us.
The one with the eyes.
The one with the eyes. She's an angel.
What? And you see her just kind of go into this thought, and her mind is just rolling.
By
As
the
she,
way, kid, what do you mean you can believe I fell off a manticore?
well, you just fell into a vat of pickles.
I told you that was on purpose.
Hmm? She just gives you a flat look back. I'm glad you all made it back okay. Are you planning to stick around for a while?
Well, I think that depends. We're we're trying to get more information on things going on around here. Uh, so I think we'll be around just enough long enough to get information before we hit the road again. But I promise we'll have more stories when we come back. And I expect you to keep practicing with that dagger. You have it on you?
Of course. And she reaches behind her and pulls it out.
At a girl.
Hmm.
But can you tell me, is there anything else that we should know?
Um, Not that I can think of. I mean, most of the believers are gone. There have been a couple. Well, no, actually, there was kind of a weird thing that happened the other day. I mean, obviously, aside from all the normal weird things that go on around, but there was kind of an odd group that came through, small group, and they just came in and out. They did. I don't think they really did anything, but the 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 white-haired man, the really lanky one, the one that walked around with you and helped me onto the roof. He went with him. That's about all.
Who is she talking about?
The bard.
The bar. Oh God, the bar. Uh, do you know where he is?
No, the the people came into town. They went into into the tavern, and next thing I know, I sees them coming out with him. And I mean, Maybe he left with them. I don't know. I just it looked kind of weird. Didn't He didn't look happy, but he walked out with them and they left town.
Okay.
It was weird. At one point he did look right at me as if he knew I was there, and he didn't say anything, but I just got this weird feeling like maybe maybe he was in trouble. But
Bavard, you mean?
yeah,
Okay.
but they left what? I think that was 2 days ago.
You know where they were headed?
No, I was a little scared. I know I shouldn't have been, but them the people with him, they looked a little intimidating. What with their armor and all. I mean, I know I can be brave and I've got the dagger you gave me, but I don't think I could stand against them.
Listen, kid. It's okay to be scared. We all are. When I was falling through the air after falling off that manticore, I was very scared. The thing about it being an adventure means listening to being scared because that keeps you safe.
Well,
Keep it up. Keep practicing. I promise. One day, you and I will go on an adventure.
she smiles and goes in to hug you again, then pauses and thinks better of it and just kind of
Okay, what you
smacks, pats your arm.
actually, kid. I have a question for before I gotta go meet up with my friends again. Do
Yeah,
you know? Do you know A, where I can find a cloak, and B, where I can get armor and weapons?
well, the armor and weapons you can go to the Ironhead Arms. That'll be just north of here, um, not too far. Uh, but yeah, you'll want to talk to Fang Ironhead. He sells most of the armor in town. As for a cloak, like, are you looking for something fancy?
No, well maybe. We'll see. I
Well,
want to see what's available.
I mean, there's Helver Tarnlar's clothier. That's more north of town, though. But they got plenty of fancy clothing and stuff like that. But good luck getting anything from them. They're pretty snotty.
You let me worry about that. I say, thinking about my sticky fingers. Uh, okay, okay. Well, thanks, kid. And I give her 2 gold pieces.
She takes them both and clinks them
How about your,
together.
how about your grandmother and treat yourself? Okay.
Thank you.
And I ruffle her hair again, and I go off. And actually, guys, I think that's gonna be it for me because it's like 11 o'clock
Yeah.
over here.
All right. The rest of you, are any of you doing anything?
Um, Something very specific that I probably will need to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
So I will see you guys at the next game.
Sounds
Oh,
good.
hi,
Have a good
Liam.
night. Thanks,
Have a
Liam.
good
Night.
one. We open for next week?
Oh yeah, we got.
Can't next week, but I can do the week after.
Let me check my schedule here.
So that'll be the 24th.
I'm open.
Cool.
I'm good on 24th.
Yay!
See you guys then. We're back on.
Yay!
Bye.
Bye.
um, for when we pick up next time, uh, if I were to want to go to the church to check in on Sora, could we plan it out or
Oh yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what I'm thinking is when Liam had left me to do his own thing, that's probably where I would go. Is to what was it? The all face.
All face shrine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, definitely I can plan for that. And Flick,
Because
did
we
you
weren't officially like when she left for so when they left the group, all we saw happen was them get taken away. We don't really know second where they went to.
Yeah, I mean the priestess Lamura had mentioned that it was at the shrine that the event
Okay.
was happening. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
And then Flick, did you have anything in particular?
Um, so looking into magic item crafting,
Uh-huh.
part of what can be done, and I'm thinking that you might give me a chance to speed it up a bit, is I'm wondering if I can start putting in time to crafting a proper bag of holding to free up my infusion slot, because I don't get a whole lot of that. And I was looking through the Xanathar's guide for crafting stuff, and so the basic Xanathar's guide crafting for an uncommon magic item is 2 work weeks and 200 gold. So I'm just thinking because it's something that she sort of already has, Flick could just work on it over time, putting in resources as they become available.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's something she already has, she's just working to make it a permanent feature instead of an infusion feature.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Um, yeah, let me look at that this week. I actually was looking at the bag of holding because I knew you had one, and I think you had mentioned it previously. You had wanted to craft one as well. So I
The one
actually,
was created through the infusion feature for Artificer, but
okay,
that keeps up in a slot, which is one of the core features of the class.
okay,
And so the idea was having is Flick will create something through an infusion and then work to make it a permanent thing.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Let me look into that. And then we can just kind of chat it out on Discord and see if there's anything specific we need to do. But
So the specific thing I was looking at was the Xanathar's Guide crafting.
cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll
From
jump in there
scratch,
and look at it.
sure. Yeah, the
Yeah.
from scratch, just as a over the surface, is for an uncommon item, which the bag of holding is, it's 2 work weeks and 200 gold.
Okay.
And so I was thinking maybe a reduction on that, just because she kind of already has it.
Yeah, she already has some knowledge on it. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. I was looking at the artificer class actually earlier today, and I was like, oh wow, they have some really cool stuff they can do with that. So
There's a lot of cool stuff, but they're not super powerful.
yeah.
Hopefully not the alchemist. The alchemist is decidedly the weakest of them, but I liked it the most for flavor.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking with it, and we'll see you in two
Glad to
weeks.
be here. Glad to get to play,
All
Yeah,
right.
I know. I've been missing
even
this.
though we're camping outside of town because we're cursed.
Yeah. It's kind of you to do so. All right. We'll see you
Here,
then.
if we told the knights about the curse, they'd probably be like, "Yeah, we'll totally protect you here." That's kind of what they're
Probably.
all about.
Probably. Or blame me for everything that's happened. It could go
uh,
bad.
Hey, I shot the hell out of a chimera in flight, so I like that. That wand of magic missile is the most powerful thing my character has, bar
hmm
none right now.
Yeah, that was quite a nice find.
This fight made me realize all my stuff has a max of 60 feet. So I was like, well, screw me.
Yeah. I
I did
mean,
roll. That's one of the things I do have to roll on long rest is the recharge on the wand. So I rolled a recharge. It's not fully recharged, but it has charges back. And I'm specifically avoiding using all the charges because there's a chance it'll break if I do that.
Yeah.
to avoid that. So it can go up to 7th level, but that uses all the charges and runs a risk of it breaking. So I'm not using the last charge because I really like the one, which Flick is at this point affixed to her gauntlet.
So considering we just finished session 10, did you expect us to be like having visited like 10 other towns by now?
um, I
And
didn't. I didn't expect you to go to the ones that you went to. Um, one of them, yes, absolutely. Expected you to go there, but yeah.
I just feel like we've done so much but have gone nowhere.
we're back at Red Bar.
Yeah. I mean, well, and with respect, like a couple of the roles just did not go well, like with Liam's at the Riverguard Keep. I mean, unfortunately, like some of those, the DC has to raise every time it fails, and so it was getting higher and higher, and it was just there was no way of reconciling that, unfortunately. But
That's gonna cause trouble later, I'm sure.
That's what's fun though. Except for you and you, like it was like, oh, what's Liam doing now?
Everybody else is like suspicious of everyone. Flick's just like, they gave me food. They let us in the door. They're pretty good. What are you people doing?
Oh man.
I just started another campaign where I'm playing a halfling monk that has lived 20
Oh.
years in the woods. So I have very bad social cues and understanding of the world. And that's kind of being fun to play with because I'm just like, I'm supposed to meet this group in a bar, and I just was playing very uncomfortable the whole time. And they're like, hand me in this ale. And then this one, I drink a lot. And then in that one, I was like, what is this?
That reminds me of my Sunday game character is a changeling wizard who's pretending to be an elf, and we've been playing since November, and nobody has found him out yet, even though he constantly is dropping major hints. Has straight up transformed in front of the party, and they still haven't even, they don't suspect him whatsoever. Because he's the only one of the party who. He ended up becoming the de facto party